the existence of the Christian God because you just don't think that you would see those things if God were to exist.
Yeah, I don't think those were expected.
But not because you've studied Christian theology and see the explanations as to why we see evil in the world, just because you don't think that it would be consistent for the Christian God to exist if evil exists.
Well, so hold on. In absence of Christianity, right, just affirming theism, just the belief that God exists, you would agree, obviously, it's not expected we'd see animal suffering because it doesn't have any of those explanations that you're saying Christianity does, right?
Yeah, but I'm not
awesome.
I'm not just affirming theism. I'm a Christian theist.
Well, yeah, sure. But the thing is that to vindicate God's existence, you have to posit these explanations, and those would just be positing a new entity, which I also think lowers the posteriori probability of something being true.
Actually, as I said before, Christian theology speaks for itself and explains these things as to why the Christian God, not just theism or God existing, the Christian God existing and having evil exist as well is not a contradiction. That's what I'm arguing for. I'm not arguing for basic theism or traditional theism. Christian theism.
Right, I understand that.
Yeah, but you haven't. You're not giving an argument to a Christian from a Christian perspective or Christian theistic perspective. You're just talking about basic theism.
Look, if I'm justified in believing God doesn't exist, do you think I'm not justified in believing Christianity isn't true?
No, you're not, because any God that you speak about not existing, you don't have any propositional revelation as to what that God is and why that God is. You don't have anything. The God that you're talking about, where did you get the propositional revelation about that God from?
Look, if I'm justified in believing God does not exist,
which God?
But you're saying Christianity, God broadly. But you're saying Christianity can save it from this problem, can save the theist hypothesis from the problem.
No.
Given these explanations?
I'm not saying that at all. I'm not saying that the Christian hypothesis, Christianity can save the God hypothesis from these things. I'm saying that the God hypothesis that you are talking about is a deistic God because you have not given me any revelatory foundation as to how you know about this particular God and why you know about this particular God. I don't even know what God you're talking about.
Wait, sorry. So you're not saving the wait, does your worldview not affirm that an omnipotent, omniscient, omnibenevolent, and necessary being exists?
My worldview affirms that and a lot more that is needed to be said for it to be accurately portrayed. Remember what I said earlier? Remember what I just said in the last part of my statement? For it to be accurately portrayed, a lot more things have to be said than just those three omni positions.
Look, I understand that. The thing is that you need the theist hypothesis to be affirmed. Because in absence of the omni properties, you'd say Christianity isn't true, right?
No, I wouldn't say that the absence of these properties, Christianity isn't true. I want you to accurately represent what I'm saying. I am not defending the basic theistic hypothesis. That's what you're talking about, and I'm not defending that. I don't care about that because the theistic hypothesis has no epistemological framework. It has none. It has none. So I'm not defending that.
I'm not even sure the theist hypothesis wouldn't be trying to attempt to give you an epistemic framework. I have no idea why you say that, but
it seems like you're disagreeing with me. Okay, so since you disagree with me, the omni attributes of the theistic hypothesis. How do people know that the God that they're talking about has those qualities? How do they know?
Hold on, wait, just real quick, right? So I'm just trying to get clear which premise you disagree with in the argument. So just to recall, right, the argument is under the theist hypothesis, again, not your Christian worldview, I understand that. I just want to get clear because this is going to conclude with Christianity is likely untrue. So under the theist hypothesis, it's not 100% expected that you'd see animal suffering. Under the atheist hypothesis, it is 100% expected to see animal suffering given other ontological posits. We do see animal suffering, therefore theism is likely false. And then from this, if theism is likely false, then Christianity is likely false. And then obviously the other conclusion would affirm that antecedent, so you just conclude with Christianity is likely false. So which premise do you disagree with, unless you disagree that it follows?
I disagree that if the God hypothesis is true, then there would be no animal suffering.
Okay, so what about theism? And remember, this premise has nothing to do with Christianity, right? Because theist hypothesis is not Christianity is true. It's that there exists an omnipotent, omniscient, omnibenevolent, and necessary being.
How do we know that?
That's just how God is defined.
How do we know that that is accurate?
The definition?
How do we know that the definition of God in the theistic hypothesis is true? How do we know?
Well, I reject some. Well, hold on. Definitions aren't truth apps. I don't know what that means.
I'm trying to point out that the theist hypothesis does not propose a epistemological framework as to how they know that God has these qualities. But you're saying that they know, so how do they know?
Well, then, does a frog exist? Posit anything that tells you how you know of a frog?
In my worldview, yes. But you haven't answered the question yet.
Wait, how do you do that?
In my worldview, God is the one who has created all animals, including frogs. So I know that frogs exist because God created frogs.
I just reject God then.
Okay, you just reject. So you just reject God?
Yeah.
Okay.
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 So I'm not even sure what it means to say that you know. Like, what does it mean to know the definition of God is true?
Hey, man, look.
That we're ascribing.
Look, if you take the theistic hypothesis without an epistemological framework as to how you know God has these qualities, and you reject God on those premises, then fine.
Oh, does your God not have omnipotence, omniscience, omnibenevolence?
Yeah, he does.
I'm sorry, I don't understand where the confusion is then.
There is no confusion. I told you earlier that the Christian God does not become non-existent because animal suffering exists, and I have an explanation for that. But if you reject it, then fine. I don't have a problem with that.
Well, look, I mean, it sounds almost like you're not rejecting under the theist hypothesis. It's not 100% expected that we see animal suffering. It sounds like you're rejecting that from theism as likely false to Christianity as likely false, because Christianity gives an explanation for the animal suffering. And if you're disagreeing with that conditional, then we'd be talking about something entirely different, not this like definition is true nonsense.
No, you earlier just said you just reject God. That's what you just said. And I told you that the Christian theology or the Christian God exists even though suffering exists. You just disagree. And if you just disagree, then fine. We can agree to disagree and leave the conversation respectfully.
Wait, you don't have a defense of that position?
I gave you the defense earlier. I told you that in Christian theology, God decrees and ordained that evil exists so that he can use evil for his glorification. You say that evil existing precludes the theist hypothesis. So it's just a disagreement on your part. So we agree to disagree.
So I'm not sure that you ever gave that explanation. You're saying that
I kind of did. I did partially. I told you earlier, partially, that evil existing does not preclude God's existence. That's what I told you. Or suffering existing does not preclude God's existence. And the God I'm talking about is the Christian God of the Bible. And then you said you just reject that, and it's fine.
Well, because you said that you can know something exists or something's definition is true because of God. Obviously, I wouldn't find that a valid explanation because I'm an atheist.
Yeah, and as I like to say to every atheist, we all have a right to believe things that are false. And I think that what you believe is false. You think that what I believe is false, so we can just leave the conversation respectfully. It's fine.
Well, that may be true in passing, but I was assuming you were looking for a debate. Or like, I'm fine with saying that somebody who's like super right wing or something, I disagree with them, but then I can just walk away because I'm not going to argue with somebody on the street. But it looks like you have a room here so that we could talk about philosophical atheism being irrational.
Yeah, I think it's irrational because it is a non sequitur. Can you tell me why the Christian God doesn't exist?
Well, I already gave you like motivations for believing why it doesn't exist, and I'm still unclear what what the issue is with the argument.
Okay,
you're just saying that we could just agree to disagree. I mean,
all right. So I'm gonna tell you again.
Argument.
So I disagree with one of the premises of the argument that if this God were to exist, there would be no animal suffering. I disagree with that premise because of my epistemological standard on God and who he is, which states that God determines and creates evil for his ultimate glorification, in that he uses evil for good. And we see that in Genesis chapter 50, verse 20. And that's why that premise is false if we map it onto the biblical revelation of biblical text. So the argument has a premise in there that's false, and therefore the conclusion is false.
Well, and you're not disagreeing with my premise. You're disagreeing with this other premise that you've projected onto my argument.
I'm disagreeing with the conclusion because one of the premises are false.
Okay, so the premise you disagree with is, under the theist hypothesis, it is not 100% expected that we'd see animal suffering?
Wait, say that again?
Are you disagreeing with the premise that under the theist hypothesis, it is not 100% expected that we would see animal suffering?
Yes, I'm disagreeing with that because under the theistic hypothesis that is taken from the biblical text, which is what I'm defending, we should expect animal suffering and human suffering and baby suffering and every form of suffering in the Christian theistic hypothesis, which is what I'm defending.
Look, it almost sounds like something caught your eye that's not really part of my argument, and you're just sort of following. The argument, you're correct, does follow to Christianity is likely false, but that argument
I disagree.
Is a preceding argument.
You know why I disagree?
So one more time.
Wait, let me tell you why I disagree.
But that's not the thing that you disagree with.
Wait, let me tell you why I disagree. Because in your theistic hypothesis, you have not provided yet, and I'm waiting for it, how you know that the God in the theistic hypothesis has these qualities. What you've said is that this is just how people have defined God, but you haven't told me what the framework epistemologically is. What is the framework? What is the foundational principle as to how they know this?
Look, what do you think epistemology is, real quick?
The theory of knowledge, the study of knowledge, how you know what you know. So what is the standard?
Okay, so you're asking me, how do I know that God is defined this way?
Yeah, how do you know?
And just before, you said that the account of knowledge is justified true belief, right?
Justified true belief, yes, but the J in the JTB points to a foundation. It points to a principle as to a reliable justification, a reliable evidence, a reliable source. So JTB being the thing we agree on, what is the justification for believing that God is these things in a theistic hypothesis?
Well, so real quick, right? I'm not disagreeing with the justification part. I think most accounts of knowledge include something like that. I'm disagreeing with the truth part, justified true belief, because I don't think a definition can be true. I don't know what it means for it to be true. I think if you affirm any semantic theory or meaning theory where it is true, you run into semantic paradoxes and metaphysical problems.
So you don't think
that you could define truth if you? Sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, sorry. I was asking a clarifying question. Does that mean that you don't think that propositions can be true?
Well, I don't think propositions are definitions. I think propositions are something else.
Do you think they can be true?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. All right. So how do you know that these attributes in the theistic hypothesis are true?
Well, the thing is that I'm just defining theism as such, right? And I'm defining it in such a way where I know that your conception of God agrees on some of the things in there. Well, it would agree on all of the things in there, among other things. Like, you'd probably posit it's also a personal entity. You'd probably posit that he loves us all. You'd probably posit that we need to worship him or something like that, right?
Yeah,
but I'm just trying to include.
But wait. The only reason I would agree with those attributes is because I'm mapping them on to the biblical revelation or the revelation of the Bible. It's not because I'm looking at it from a perspective of
that.
Yeah. So that is why I disagree with the premise.
Because remember, that argument doesn't conclude with Christianity is false, right? That argument concludes that theism is likely false. And then from that, I get to Christianity is likely false as well, which we can get into afterwards. But the thing I'm saying is that if you're disagreeing with the premise in the preceding argument that doesn't conclude Christianity is likely false, that under the theist hypothesis, it's blah, 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 you already heard it, and you're asking me, how do I know a definition? I'm saying that I don't know what it means to say, how do I know a definition? Because I don't think definitions are true. I think they're interpretive.
Okay. So you don't think definition is true. Let me say it again because I think you're missing this. I told you earlier that when I look at the theist hypothesis, I'm mapping it on to the biblical revelation. I'm using the Bible as the means of knowing that these things are the case or knowing that these things are true. If you're not using the Bible, then you and I are coming from two different worldviews and perspectives as to what these things are. These things are true of the Christian God because the Bible says these things are true of the Christian God. And the Christian God permits and decrees that evil exist. And therefore, I can believe in a God that has these three omni attributes, who also wants evil to exist and uses it for his glory, but not the theistic hypothesis if I don't map it onto the Bible. So I can agree with you to an extent. Let me give you a concession. If I'm just going to take the theist hypothesis without using the Bible at all, then you are right. That God does not exist. But if I map it onto the Bible, then the Christian God exists because God would want evil to exist to use it for his glory. And one last thing. If you use a theist hypothesis from the Bible, you can't conclude that God doesn't exist because he would use evil for his glory. That's what I'm using. That's what I'm saying.
So that first argument that concludes with theism is likely false, the same thing that you disagree with, it doesn't require you or me or anybody running the argument to say that theism is mapping onto the Christian God. Because you're right, it doesn't conclude with Christianity is likely false. It's not even talking about Christianity in that first.
Yes, and that's what I'm saying. If it's not talking about Christianity and you're debating a Christian, it's pointless, man. It's pointless.
Well, no, because then there's a second argument that's modus ponens that says if theism is likely false, which again is not the Christian notion, then Christianity is also likely false. And then I just affirm the antecedent because that's what we concluded with last time. And so you just conclude with Christianity is likely false, and then I have motivations for not believing in Christianity.
Yeah, and as I said earlier, you're debating a Christian, so you should use the Christian framework on its theistic hypothesis as to whether or not the Christian God exists, not some general theistic hypothesis. And I told you that as a Christian,
how philosophers run the argument.
I don't care what the philosophers say. I don't care about what the philosophers say about Christianity because they're, as I read them, none of them get Christian theology accurate because they're not using Christian theology to define their terms and to use their arguments. And I'm a Christian. I'm going to stick with the biblical revelation as to what these things mean and why they are the way they are. And in Christianity, evil does not preclude the Christian God's existence. It doesn't. God uses it for his glory. But in your worldview, if you decide that because there's evil, you don't believe in God, then you're free to do so. But don't use an external theist hypothesis and apply it to the Bible or apply it to Christianity when Christianity does not affirm any of those premises in the argument. Well, the main one that I pointed out.
So hold on, right? I can agree to everything that you just said in the first argument, but now with the second argument that does actually talk about Christianity, is the premise you're disagreeing with if theism is likely false and Christianity is likely false? Do you disagree with that premise?
I disagree with the premise because if theism is likely false, when you define theism and you have no grounding as to how you know what the theistic deity is or the theistic entity is, then it's meaningless. It has no meaning. It has no meaning at all. You don't have a framework as to what the theistic entity is in that worldview. The theist hypothesis. What's the framework as to what the theistic entity is?
Okay, well, so hold on. In the broad range of what Christianity encompasses, does God have these properties, omnipotence, omniscience, and omnibenevolence, without reference to anything else, right? Like, you could add on anything else. I just want to make sure that you are agreeing that your God has these, among other things.
God has these because the Bible says he has these. So if you say
awesome.
that
well, just real quick, because that
if you say that the theistic entity has these things, then the theistic entity is the God of the Bible.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, so if that's not what you're saying, I do not want to have an argument with a random theistic entity. I don't.
Well, so hold on just real quick. The thing is that premise that says if theism is likely false and Christianity is likely false, that follows from something called transitivity and Bayes' theorem, which follows from other things called Kolmogorov axioms,
which I disagree with.
Things like math. So
I disagree.
I disagree with that premise.
No, I disagree with. I disagree with everything you just said, because the theistic entity is not the God of the Bible. It doesn't exist.
It's a broader encapsulation.
Yeah, that I disagree with.
Is categorized. You disagree. That would mean disagreeing that your God is omnipotent, omniscient, and omnibenevolent.
No, that would mean I'm disagreeing with the existence of a theistic entity that is not the God of the Bible.
Well, that's not what the theist hypothesis is affirming.
You just said that the theistic entity you're talking about is not the God of the Bible. You just said that about
a few seconds ago. It's just a simpler theory. It's a simpler theory that encapsulates Christianity.
But it's not the God of the Bible. But it's not the God of the Bible, right?
That's irrelevant.
Oh, yes, it is relevant. You're talking to a Christian. Again, I keep repeating this to you, man. You're talking to a Christian.
Look, I promise you the only way to reject this premise is rejecting all of math.
No.
That's what's going to happen.
That's not the only way. The way I'm rejecting that premise is by saying the theistic entity you're talking about is not the God of the Bible, which does not.
That just doesn't attack the content of the premise. This is just like a deep misunderstanding.
Yeah, and again, I don't have to attack the argument because it's not addressed to me. It's not. It's not. I'm a Christian. You're not talking about a Christian God.
So you're totally fine with concluding that Christianity is likely false?
No, I'm not totally fine with that because the theistic entity... So. Bro, I'm so done with this conversation, man. Get out of here. I keep repeating to this guy, and I'm glad that you all on YouTube are hearing what I'm saying here. I keep repeating to this guy over and over again. The theistic entity that you're making reference to is not the Christian God. You're talking to a Christian, so stick to the Christian God. He keeps going back to the theistic entity and saying it's irrelevant, it's irrelevant, it's irrelevant when I'm saying that he needs to talk about the Christian God. It's irrelevant, it's irrelevant. I'm trying my best. I tried my best in hopes that he would just address a Christian using the theistic entity that is the Christian God. And he kept going back to the theistic entity that he agreed is not the Christian God. What the hell? Why the hell am I even talking to someone who is addressing something totally different from what I believe or from what I agree to? Wow. It's amazing. I really tried, but I'm done. It comes to a point where you have to just finish with the conversation when people refuse to accurately represent what you're saying. I'm done. My goodness. The moment I heard him say, "Hey, I'm not talking about the theistic entity that is proposed by Christianity because it is irrelevant." The moment I heard him say that, I should have ended the conversation. But I was trying. I was really trying, guys. I was really trying. I was trying my very best. The theistic entity that had these qualities and that these qualities would preclude suffering, and because they were suffering, it would preclude the existence of this entity. That entity, that theistic entity, is not the Christian God. He agreed to that. But he wants me to argue and defend a theistic entity that is not the Christian God when I don't believe in a theistic entity that is not the Christian God. So I'm being asked to defend a theistic entity that I don't even believe in. And when I point that out, he says it's irrelevant. I mean, bro, get the hell out of here. I'm done. What the hell? I'm done. Oh boy. That was very frustrating. I'm not going to lie. It was very frustrating. Trust me. Hello, how you doing?
Hey, how are you? How's it going?
I am doing generally okay. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing well. So I guess my question was, what is the argument that the Christian God exists?
The argument that the Christian God exists is a transcendental argument. If X, therefore Y, X, therefore Y. Wait a minute. Let me try to formulate it because my mind was on something else. For X to be the case, Y must be the case. X is the case, therefore Y is the case. So we use X as representing any fact of experience, like the world, the existence of the universe, and we say for that to be the case, Y must be the case because Y is a precondition for X, and Y represents God, and X is the case, therefore Y. So because we have reality, we have existence, that points to God because God is the precondition for these things existing. That is the argument.
Sure.
But let me try to finish. What is the argument for premise one? The argument for premise one is not an argument; it is a demonstration that if you reject the Christian God, then experience becomes unintelligible, and that's easily demonstrated.
Okay, so I wanted to a quick clarification. By the way, that was a good presentation of the argument. A quick clarification question: is Y? You said Y is the variable Y. Is that substituted with God or the Christian God?
The Christian God.
Okay, that's fair. And yeah, so then you said your argument for one was something like, if the Christian God doesn't exist or something like that, then experience would be unintelligible.
Yeah. It would mean
what is the argument for that?
The demonstration. There's no argument. There's no argument. It's demonstration.
Okay. What's the difference between demonstration and argument? Maybe because I might not be following.
A demonstration is something that you can actually see and experience. An argument is a conclusion and has premises supporting it.
Okay, so in other words, you're saying you have no argument that the Christian God, you have no argument that if the Christian God doesn't exist, experience would be unintelligible. You have no argument, but you have a demonstration.
No argument, just demonstration. Yeah.
Okay. So is I want to make sure I follow this idea of a demonstration. Is a demonstration supposed to show me that the premise is true?
Yeah, it would.
Okay, so how about this? How would you show me that premise is true? Maybe we can try that.
Okay, big example. When you study philosophy under the rubric of axiology, you learn about moral principles. You learn about deontology, virtue ethics, and utilitarianism, and you learn about divine command theory. Every theory or every moral theory within philosophy is subjective or a subjective framework, except for, and this is conceptually speaking, divine command theory, in that if God exists, or if it is true that God exists, then his commands would be objective and universal, whereas every other perspective, conceptually speaking, would be subjective to the culture or to the individual. So one of the facts of experience is that we all have inherent moral values, inherent moral principles, and we recognize that there are certain things in the universe that are just objectively wrong, and they are generally agreed upon by most human beings because they are universal moral principles. If God does not exist, then objective morals do not exist. But the very fact that we try to propose objective morals points to the existence of God, and it becomes unintelligible or makes no sense when we reject his existence and then speak about objective morality being the case or being true. So that's just one example.
Okay. So, what do you mean by unintelligible? By unintelligible, do you mean something like contradictory, like logically contradictory, or do you mean something else?
No explanatory power that would make it coherent or logical that these things are the case without a grounding. So I could use an example. It makes no sense to say that objective moral principles exist, but there is no grounding for those objective universal principles.
Okay, so I want to take a step back for a second. The original premise in the tag argument, it was something like, so the Christian God is the necessary precondition for something. What was that thing that you said is the necessary precondition for? I might have forgotten.
Existence and reality, which would encompass every fact of existence. So God would be the fact that grounds all other facts.
So then maybe we can put this might be a better lane to have the conversation in. So you're trying to say something like it's impossible for anything to exist if the Christian God doesn't exist.
That's what I'm trying to say. Yes, it's a necessary.
Okay, then let's just say it might be easier just to take this conversation into the lane of just objects existing, and let's say in that specific avenue. How would you quote unquote demonstrate? Use the word demonstrate. How would you demonstrate that it's impossible for any object to exist if the Christian God doesn't exist?
I don't know how I would be able to demonstrate that. It will just be an argument that I give and say that God is the precondition for these things existing. And the reason why he is the precondition is because we see instances of consciousness, rationality, and logic in the universe. And that can only point to a conscious, rational, logical being, and that would be God. But the alternative would be a naturalistic entity or no entity, which would not make sense.
Yeah, I wanted to say real quick. So I wanted to flag one thing. One thing is it seemed like what you just said is kind of like a teleological argument, and I don't think those arguments don't actually show that it's impossible for objects to exist without God. But and then going back, another point I wanted to make is that. So you said you don't know how you would demonstrate it. So let me make sure I'm following. You're saying you don't have an argument and you don't know how you would demonstrate it. Is that correct? Or?
No, I'm saying I don't have an argument. And the demonstration is found in the fact that as we observe the universe, as we look at the world, and we see its exemplification, it obviously shows ultimate design and intentionality, and this points to an ultimate intentional designer, which would be the precondition for these things existing. Because if this precondition didn't exist, none of these things would exist.
So I want to say two things real quick. Sorry, the reason I said that is because I might have misheard you, but I thought earlier you said I don't know how I would demonstrate it. Maybe I misheard you. So to talk about your design argument. So even if that design argument works, even if we see some design in the universe that's evidence for theism or something, I still want to flag that. That's actually not enough to show premise one is true, because remember, premise one is saying that these objects couldn't, or it's impossible. It's not possible for these objects to exist without the Christian God. But all you've shown with the design argument is that these objects have a designer that doesn't necessarily even have to be the Christian God. And even if they have a designer, it doesn't show that it's impossible for them to exist without the designer.
So which other God has the same attributes that the Christian God has?
No, I agree. Only the Christian God has the attributes the Christian God has. That's a kind of triviality. But I'm saying the design argument, all it shows is that at best, there is a designer for the universe. And even if that's true, it doesn't show that the designer is the Christian God. That's the first point.
I would say it does because of the attributes of the Christian God that no other God has. It has to be the Christian God because it has qualities.
Think about it. A designer could just be like a rational agent who is powerful to some degree, but not all powerful, who is knowing to some degree, but not all knowing. So you could actually have a designer that doesn't have the attributes of the Christian God.
Actually, no.
Secondly, and then secondly, even if you did show it, right? Even if you did.
No, I disagree with that, though. I disagree.
Not possible. You still have to show, all you would have shown is that these objects were created by this designer. But what you wouldn't have shown is that it's impossible for the objects to exist without the designer, right?
I disagree that you could point to an entity that is to some degree powerful, to some degree all-knowing, and to some degree a designer, because that entity that you're making reference to, there's no way of knowing that entity because there would be no propositional revelation showing you that entity. There's none.
But that's different. Exist. But you see how you said even if that were true, which that's going from the metaphysical question of whether or not this being has that properties to the epistemic question of how we would know it has those properties.
Let me rephrase that. Let me rephrase. It is impossible for that being to exist because there is no revelation about that being. It doesn't exist.
Okay, so let's just say this. So I think we both agree. So we both agree though that in order for this to be a justification for V1, we both agree you'd have to show that only the Christian God could be the designer. And we both agree that you would have to show that, furthermore, that it's also impossible for these objects to exist without the Christian God, right? We both agree with that. Just in order for you to justify P1.
Before we continue, I want to know what I'm
Yeah.
arguing against, because I don't know your worldview. I don't know what your positions are on these things. Are you an atheist?
I would say I'm more of an agnostic.
Okay.
And by the way, I'm not offering like a party. I'm just more so interested in your argument for the first premise. So I'm not necessarily offering a worldview here to talk about.
And as an agnostic, in your worldview, what is your position on whether or not we have an ultimate, single, defensible, unifying causal principle that actualizes, sustains, and controls the world? What is your position on that? Is there something that does this, or aren't there?
Okay. Yeah, and real quick, and before I answer that, I want to make sure, are we moving away from tag and we're going to my view? We can do that if you want. Are we just moving away
No,
from
I just
tag
want to
and
know
vice versa?
because by knowing what your position is, I can know if your attempt at refuting my worldview also refutes your worldview. Because a lot of times,
Okay. I mean,
a lot of times we argue without.
I'm fine if you want to ask about my view. So, like, about a cause. So
It's just one question. I just want to know one
okay,
thing.
that's fine. Yeah. So, I mean, as I understand your question was, is there a single like causal principle that like secures everything, that is like the ground of all of reality or something? Was that the sort of question?
There's one part of the question that's missing. Yes, that is a question, but here's the part that's missing. Is there a single identifiable, in your worldview, a single identifiable unifying causal principle that does
Okay,
these
and
things?
I'm going to make the assumption that by causal principle you mean a kind of like object or an entity or a force.
Yeah, that grounds everything.
Yeah, no, there's nothing like that on my view.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So I wanted to sort of get back to this issue with the first premise. So I think we're at the point where the first premise is, okay, he's the necessary condition for any object to exist. No object even could exist without the Christian God.
That's right.
And then your argument or your demonstration, whatever you want to say, was you gave a kind of design argument. You say we see rationality, we see intelligence in the universe, and so therefore the universe was a design. And here's my problem with that argument. My critique is that it seems like you'd have to show more to support the premise. First, you'd have to show first that the designer would have to be the Christian God. And then second, you'd have to show that those objects that the Christian God designed, they couldn't have existed without him designing them. So you have to show those two as well to even kind of meet the bar of supporting the first premise.
Okay, so the first one would be the Christian God has an attribute set that is unique and that no other God possesses. And this attribute set would be the attributes that would have sufficient grounds to explain every aspect of existence. And because we see those aspects in existence that portray these attributes of the Christian God, they point to his existence. So as I look at the world, I see the world pointing to the existence of God. But somebody else can look at the world and say that it points to a natural entity that brought all these things in existence. I'm saying that when I look at the world, that is what I see. And the other thing that you mentioned was I use a design argument. I would have to show that these things could not exist if the Christian God did not exist.
Yeah, you'd have to show that like there's no other possible way they could exist without being designed by the Christian God or something.
I think that the answer to the first question would be how I would answer the second question. That as I look at the world, it points to the Christian God, and without the Christian God, none of these things would exist. And what we look at in existence includes order and disorder, and the order can be seen as being designed, and therefore will point to the Christian God.
Yeah, so here's what I would say. I think there are 2 points. And yeah, so the first point is you said like the Christian God has a certain like property set and only he has that. Yeah, we can accept that. And you said that though the properties of the Christian God and whatnot, they are sufficient to explain everything in terms of its design or whatnot.
No, in terms of its grounding, every aspect of existence.
But like showing that it's sufficient actually isn't enough, remember, because the first premise is not just that it's sufficient, but that it's necessary for these objects to exist. So merely showing it's sufficient, even if that's true, let's say it is true, that's not enough to actually show that it's necessary. Right.
And
So
that's
let me
where,
give an example.
when I use the word sufficient, sorry, how do you say your name?
Yeah, you can just say arc. Arc is fine.
Okay, arc. When I say sufficient, I meant sufficient for me, not sufficient for everyone. Because as you
Oh, but
probably
even
well
if
know,
that's true,
as
but
you
like
probably
even
well know, as you probably well know, proof is not persuasion. I could give you reasons why I believe the way I believe or why I believe what I believe, but it's not conclusive and it's not persuasion. So
yeah, but
go ahead.
I'm saying like even if you say that, hey, this is like, hey, and that's fair. This is a sufficient explanation for me. This makes sense to me. Even if that's all true, that's not enough to show that he in fact is the necessary condition for objects existing. Even if it's like a sufficient and an explanation that makes sense to you, that's still, and I'm fine with granting that, but that is still not enough to show that the first premise is true.
It's enough for me.
Okay, so would you be willing to say something like uh, that convinces you, but like you don't have like an argument that like that is convincing to anyone else or something like?
No, I'm not willing to say that. I'm willing to say that those who reject that argument have no identifiable unifying causal principle to trump what I said is the unifying causal principle.
Yeah, well, so I guess one point about the unifying causal principle, which is basically supposed to be, if anyone's not following, a unifying causal principle is kind of like an entity or a substance or a force that like grounds all of reality.
A transcendental entity that grounds all of human existence in the natural world and the transcendental world. But again,
Yeah.
you and I would say no one else has an identifiable causal principle to say that you're wrong, Adrian, and this is what it actually is.
So, yeah, that's fair. So I would say, like, about the unified causal principle, I would say, first of all, like, it might, like, so you're saying, like, well, maybe other people just don't have something like this, but one thing is that somebody might just deny that. Maybe they say, I don't think there is such a thing, nor do I think there needs to be such a thing. And then furthermore, next, about, like, this whole idea related to the first premise, yeah, I'm happy. Like, I'm not going to deny that maybe you think this makes sense to you. Like, of course, like, yeah, different things make sense to different people. In what might make sense to you might be like absurd to somebody else. That's all fine and good, but ultimately, like, that still just isn't a good argument for all you're saying in a sense is that, hey, this just makes sense to me. But I'm just going to say, well, hold on. Even if it makes sense to you, I still want to know why. Why should I think there's a good reason to think premise one is true? You know?
Yeah, I gave you the reason. I gave you the reasons that I think are good reasons as to why premise one is true. That in order for the world to exist, God must exist because God is a precondition for the world's existence. I gave you the reasons that I think are good for believing that, but I made sure that I identified and ascertained if you had a identifiable, defensible, unifying causal principle, which you said that you don't.
Yeah.
And you're probably one of those people who say that you don't know what it is and you don't think that you need one. And, you know, I always say to people like that, you know, we can walk away from the conversation agreeing to disagree. And, you know,
that's fine.
I think that we need one. You don't think that we need one. It's not something that we should, you know, unalive each other over. It's just something that I'm saying, you know, this is my argument and these are the reasons why I think that the opposition or the alternative doesn't make any sense and so on and so forth. Because, I mean, in my worldview, if I were to say that there is nothing there or I don't know what it is or we don't need anything, those are all similar to saying there is nothing there. And if nothing is there, then I would find it very hard to believe. Personally, I find it very hard to believe that everything we see in the world as it exemplifies itself to us came from nothing. I find it hard to believe. But if you believe that, it's fine.
Yeah, I'll say one more thing, and of course, I will make sure you have the last word here since you're and all. But so I guess like a few things about the unifying causal principle. Yeah, I don't think there is one, and I don't even think there's any reason. I don't think there's any good reason to think there is one or anything like that. Yeah. Or I don't. It's not like there is one and I don't know what it is. I just don't think there is something like that. And then as for my issues with P1, I'll just make sure my issues with your kind of demonstrations are you gave a design argument. First, I actually don't think the design argument is successful, but even if it was, all that would show is that there was a designer of the universe. It wouldn't show necessarily that the Christian God is the designer, and it wouldn't show that the objects couldn't exist possibly without the Christian God designing them. And then lastly, and then just one comment about what he said later. I don't hold the view that everything came from nothing or anything like that. I don't hold that position.
Wait.
We did have a good conversation.
Wait, very quickly. I'm sorry because that was my conclusion about what you said. That since you said you don't think that there is a identifiable unifying causal principle, I took that to mean that you think we came from nothing. But you just said we don't come from nothing. So my conclusion about what you said was wrong. Can you help me to understand why it was wrong?
Yeah. So I don't think so. So my understanding of everything came from nothing, that would be something like there was nothing, and then somehow like the universe just like popped into existence or something. So that's my understanding. I don't hold that view, and merely denying that there's some ultimate ground of reality, if you deny that, it doesn't actually commit you to saying that the universe popped out of nothing. So here are some alternatives. It could be the case that the universe is in some sense eternal, and so it didn't pop out of nothing per se. It's just always been there. Right? That's another possibility, something like that.
Okay, so when you make the statement, you don't think that there is an identifiable unifying causal principle that grounds the existence of reality. When you say you don't think there is something, that does not entail that you think the universe came into being from nothing.
Yes, exactly.
Bro, that's very... Can you see why someone would think that that is what you're saying?
I think so. Yeah, I think I could see why somebody would have that interpretation. But then, so I think it becomes, then it becomes something for me to do to clarify why that entailment doesn't follow. And I think hopefully I have done that.
Yeah, and one of the things that you said was that you pointed out some possibilities as to why the universe could exist without this unifying causal principle. And one of those things you said would be that the universe is eternal. But don't you? But
the
don't you?
Might be eternal without some unified thing that like.
But you would agree with me that it is almost, well, it is accepted on the majority, by the majority, that the universe is not static. It is expanding and therefore can't be eternal.
So it is accepted in the sense of physics. I'm willing to say maybe like it is our current like the lambda CDM model holds that the universe is finite, but like I think there's actually there's like an equivocal sense of universe there. So there's universe understood in physics, and then there's universe like the philosophical idea of the universe, which you could think of like all of reality or something.
So you
like
take
that.
A philosophical position, not a scientific position, on the eternality of the universe.
Well, I don't think when we talk about universe in that sense, it's not a scientific question. It's a philosophical question, because we're not talking about like this. We're not talking about universe qual like it would be used in physics. We're talking about universe as like all of reality or something, which is not a scientific idea.
So just to be clear, this is a clarifying question. Your position on the there's nothing there that is identifiable as a unifying causal principle, but the universe is possibly eternal. That is a philosophical position that you have, not a scientific.
Absolutely, that is not a science. There is no scientific theory or experiment that's a completely philosophical.
And let me say this: my position is also a philosophical position, which you probably know. Yeah. So both of us have differing philosophical positions, and I'm glad that you and I can walk away from this conversation respecting each other, and we had a good convo.
Yeah, we did. Yeah. Nice. Well, I guess I jump down then. Keep well. Nice convo.
You too, man. Have a good one, Ark. Awesome. Yeah, I had to ask him that because I thought that he was coming from a scientific foundational framework as to why he thinks the universe is eternal, because most of what I've read on the matter points to the universe being finite and not eternal. So I was wondering, if he probably was aware of something that I wasn't aware of. But I'm glad that he pointed out that he is coming from a philosophical position as to why he thinks there is no identifiable unifying causal principle that grounds existence and reality. And that's what I think. I think that we do have something, and I think that we do need something. And that something is the God of Christianity, which is a philosophical argument and a philosophical position. But if his alternative is also a philosophical position, I mean, what am I going to say? I'm not going to bite his head off or condemn him or call him stupid or dumb. I'm going to say, hey, we both have philosophical positions and we both have our devotion to these philosophical positions. And, we can walk away from this conversation respecting each other, and both of us can think each other is wrong. I think he's wrong, and he thinks I'm wrong, and we can walk away from the conversation agreeing to disagree and still being respectful. But, that was a very interesting conversation. I never heard anyone say that they don't think there is an ultimate identifiable unifying causal principle that actualizes, sustains, and controls existence. He doesn't think that there is one. But he thinks that the universe does not then mean, or rather, he does not think that this entails that the universe came from nothing. He rather thinks the universe is eternal. And in that sense, he could say that he does not need a unifying causal principle. And I can agree. If the universe is eternal, then we don't need a unifying causal principle. But the universe is not eternal, so we do need a unifying causal principle, and I'm glad that we had a good convo. All right. Okay, so I probably think I'm going to have to make number 1 on the prompt a little bit more informative, probably. But that's what I often hear. I mean, guys, that was a good convo because I thought that when he said he does not think there is an ultimate identifiable unifying causal principle, that he was saying the universe came from nothing. Because if there's nothing there to ground the universe, then that would entail the universe came from nothing. But he said that that's not what he's saying. And he explained that the reason why that's not what he's saying is because there's a possibility the universe is eternal. And I'm glad he cleared that up. And then I'm like, but wait a minute. Is that a scientific argument? Is that scientifically based? He's like, no, it's a philosophical argument. I'm like, okay, fine. We are both, coming from a philosophical argument and perspective on this particular issue. It's great. Just looking at the comments here. Blue eyes. Theists are not the ones who propose something from nothing. Oh no. God is something, and everything was created by something, and that something is God. Taiwanese government, again, he's saying, wait a minute. Oh no, that's not addressed to me. That comment was not addressed to me. I'm not gonna read it. Blue Hat Productions. God created the universe out of his will, his desire, his decree. So he decreed the way the world would be and the way the world is, and then he created the world out of his will. So it came out of something, but not something that is physical or natural. The doctrine of ex nihilo, which says that God created out of nothing, is pointing to the fact of material. The fact of material. God did not create the universe out of or from existing material. That's what we mean when we say God created out of nothing. Not that God created out of nothing physically and transcendentally, but that he created out of nothing physically. But transcendentally, there was something that God created everything out of, and that was his will and his power. All right, let me accept this guy up to hear what he has to say. Wow. Crazy. Crazy day. How long have I been on here? Wow, 54 minutes. That's a lot of time. Blue Eyes, I think that you are looking at this from a materialistic perspective. And when you hear me say God did not create the universe out of material things, that you think God created the universe out of nothing, period. But I am not a naturalist, sir, so I don't believe that all that exists is a natural world. So if that is what you believe, then fine. You're wrong. And I hope that you repent and trust in Christ for salvation and turn from that sin. And you think I'm wrong, and that's fine. I'm not going to be one of those Christians who, falsely claim that nobody's wrong and nobody's right. You believe in God if you want, and whatever you believe in is what you go to when you are unalive. No, I don't believe that. Everyone is wrong, and Christianity is right. And unless people repent and trust in Christ, they will be condemned. Let me accept this guy, because the other guy I tried to bring up probably withdrew his request. I wonder how this guy's name is pronounced. Wow, my eyes burn. Oh, it's a terrible time. Claims require a burden of proof. Meaning is irrelevant. Meaning is subjective. You can't use the Bible as your evidence. Chad Erickson is commenting on my YouTube video. Wow. Meaning is irrelevant. Meaning is subjective. Okay, so if meaning is subjective, then that would mean that your statement, meaning is subjective, is also subjective, which has no ultimate meaning or ultimate value or authority. Yeah, very good. Very good, Chad. Very good. Very good. I'm glad that you know your worldview has no meaning. Wow. People believe a lot of things as their alternative to God.
That was around me and I was actually in nature, the real nature. Hi there.
Hello, how you doing?
Good. So I had a question, actually. I was just listening to somebody speak about what this whole idea of religion is. Are you natural?
I am a dualist, so I have two aspects to my existence, spiritual and natural. So yes, I am natural to an extent.
Okay. Was what Jesus Christ did natural?
Yes, because he was a human being on the earth 2,000 years ago.
All right.
And
so
spiritual.
Was what he understood natural?
Yes, and spiritual, along with what he did. And
Okay.
spiritual.
So he understood himself as both natural, being physical, and the other part that is not physical.
Spiritual,
completely,
yeah.
Yes?
Right, spiritual.
Was he special for that? Or can you do that too?
He was special in regards to his acts, but not in regards to his human nature. The same human nature he has, I have, so he's not special in that regard.
So before he acted, he understood something, yes?
Yeah, because he's omniscient. He knows everything.
Okay, so he understood everything all at the same time as a man, yes?
Right.
And that understanding came through a physical process that itself was natural, yes?
And spiritual. Because he
Of course, that's
grew.
what I'm saying. This spiritual understanding that he held was done by a natural process called, and you got its attention by saying Jesus Look at me.
Yeah.
The fact that that can happen to one thing, one entity that is an incarnation of some multiply infinite awareness. Because God knew he was doing that as well. You know that, right?
Yes, I do.
God knows you're doing what you're doing too, right?
He knows it because he causes it, ultimately.
Of course, because it's the same thing. We're made out of it. Now, I have a question about the nature of physical objects. Why are they not God?
They are not God because they are derivative expressions of God's will.
Okay, so the stuff that they're made out of isn't God, right?
No, it's not.
And God used whatever stuff they're made out of to make them, right?
No, because the stuff that God, the question implies that stuff existed before the stuff was created. So no,
Good.
God didn't use
Okay,
the stuff.
so here's the thing. The nature of that stuff that you say isn't God, by definition then, must be God. Because where was God going to get anything else other than itself? It's everything.
That's why I said that everything that exists is a derivative expression of God's will. It originates from God, but it does not have God's essence. It is derivative from him, but not him. The same way if you write a book, the book is not you. It was derived from you, but it's not you. It has a different ontology.
So we have limited expressions here of what God is. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, what we are experiencing are limited expressions of what God is because God has given us a derivative expression of his will and his revelation, so we don't know completely what God is, only what he has revealed.
Okay, so now here's the question. Is it revealed? See, my thought is the first time it was revealed was when it was all put into place. Every possible permutation of reality was put into place by God. And now he's remembering doing it. And he's casting that memory by creating minds like ours that in a finite way remember what God did. And all of our perspectives are by definition finite perspectives through which God looks at itself.
No, I wouldn't say that because it would mean that there is no revelation or propositional. There would be no revelation that would be propositionally codified in a Bible or a book that God gave to us. It would just mean
I'm
that.
saying that I'm giving you the book. I'm giving you the book in its absolute complete state. I'm giving you your belief. I'm saying your belief is valid. I'm saying that right now.
No, I was disagreeing that we are remembering things about God.
No, we're not remembering. God is.
God doesn't remember things through us.
God is everything.
You're a pantheist.
And it remembers that as us. It becomes us and remembers that.
You're a pantheist.
No, I'm a human being right now.
No, I mean your worldview and belief is that God is everything, right?
No, my worldview and belief is that God is. God's what is.
So God is what is. So the trees, the rocks, the dogs, the cats, you and I are God.
The disbelief, the atheist, the rock, yes, you, me, all the people, all the religions, all the beliefs that we could possibly hold, all of the things that people believed 700,000 years ago that don't believe anymore, the stuff that happened last Tuesday, it's all of it.
Yeah, are you a Christian?
I used to be. I think Christianity is... So here's my belief. Here's my perspective on the Abrahamic religions. God came into physical reality and smashed itself into three pieces on the rock of Abraham. The three pieces that it smashed itself into, Islam, Judaism, and Christianity, stare at the rock and walk around it all the time and call each other wrong.
And your worldview right now, that all of us are God and God is what is, you got that information from what?
God. There isn't any information outside of God. You realize it's everything, right?
You got that from the Bible?
No.
You got it from God?
Yes.
So if someone says that you're wrong, they got it from God too?
Yes.
So God can contradict himself.
Yes.
Okay.
Because that's an experience that could be one of the multiple infinities of experience that anybody could have. God can have every experience we can possibly conceive of, and many that we cannot.
So is everything true?
Everything, the nature of reality is awareness itself. The knowing of experience is the only truth there is. All of the other experiences are subjective, finite perspectives on the ultimate truth, which is the infinity of every experience that could possibly exist.
So when you say that a shirt is red and someone says the shirt is not red, both of them are God speaking.
Why not?
And both of them are God speaking. Both of them are true to the individuals that are speaking them, right?
Yes, and one person might be said to, maybe they see, they have filters in their mind that project light in a different way. So would that mean that the person who knows he's right, that the shirt is red, and the person who knows he's right, that the shirt is not red, both of them are right in that God is speaking through them? The only thing that can be said to be right and be an absolute statement of validity is the knowing that I'm having this experience.
And nothing else
Whatever
can
that
be
experience is.
And nothing else can be absolute and right other than that?
Everything else is subjective from our limited perspectives. We have limited perspectives, and that's what makes us individuals. We limit ourselves.
So would that mean that truth is subjective?
No, our perspective on truth is subjective.
Would that ultimately mean that truth is objective?
Truth is objective?
No, truth. Do people have different views on what truth is and what is true?
The nature of truth is an infinity, and we look at it from different perspectives that are limited.
Okay, so how do you know?
Doing that, we then come together with people like you and me, and we say, hey, this is how I see what's true, and this is how you see what's true, and we go away agreeing or not, but we don't have to have a problem with one another because of that.
So what's the standard? So what's the standard in your worldview that you use to differentiate between what is true from what is false?
I'm not worthless.
That's the standard you use?
Yes.
So you use the standard, I'm not worthless, to distinguish between when one person is wrong from when one person is right about any proposition.
If you give me a proposition and I agree with it, I still have value. If you give me a proposition and I disagree with it, I still have value. If I disagree with your proposition, you still have value. You're not worthless because I disagree with you.
But the question was not, do people still have value or not if they agree or disagree with the proposition? The question was, what is your standard that you use to differentiate between who's wrong and who's right? Nothing about value was mentioned. How do you know which one is right and which one is wrong? And what's the standard metric?
The only thing that I can know is that you know your experience and I know mine. Your truth value towards that experience, whatever it is yours. And I can't take it from you, and I can't change it unless we agree that we're going to change it. I cannot make you do anything.
Okay, man. Thank you so much for sharing. Have a good day, bro.
Appreciate it. Thanks, bro.
Respect. I mean, people have some beliefs out here, man. His answer to my question as to what determines right from wrong in his worldview is, I have value. I have value. I have worth. Thank you for sharing, brother.
Hello.
Hello.
You believe in God?
Yes, I do. Do you believe in God?
I don't anymore. Unfortunately, I don't.
What do you believe in?
Nihilism.
So, life is meaningless, the world is meaningless, and everything is meaningless?
I don't look at it like that.
That's what it means.
that is what it means, but I try and look at it on a more optimistic side.
But you can't.
Because it has no meaning, we have so much meaning.
That's a contradiction in terms.
I don't believe that, but that's how I look at it, just because it can be a dark thing, even though I do believe that is true.
The world has no meaning.
Yes.
You have no meaning.
Yes.
Our lives have no meaning.
Yes.
Okay. I feel sorry for you, but that's your belief.
I used to believe in God. I do come with kind of like a question, though, with it.
Hey, everybody, I hope you can hear this. This is the ultimate default position of rejecting God's existence. It's nihilism. I'm glad that I'm talking to a nihilist, because this is the position that you will be resorted to if God does not exist. Nothing has meaning. Everything is without value, and the world is meaningless. It's a dark, indifferent place that cares nothing about you. You're just here to be alive for a while and then be unalive when it's your time, and that's it.
I don't think that I need something else to give me meaning. I can find meaning internally instead of externally. I can do things good for myself instead of for something outside of me. And here's my question to you. Why does God have to sacrifice himself to himself for a creation that he created?
I'm going to answer that. I promise I am. But you just said something that I want to say something.
Sorry, I'm also not trying to be mean. I just want to have a good debate.
Yeah. And as you continue this conversation, you're going to see that I'm not mean at all either. If I give you an empty suitcase and I say, find money in that suitcase, can you find the money?
No.
Okay, so the reason why I said that is because you just said that in a world that is meaningless, you can find meaning. Can you tell me how that would be different from the suitcase analogy I gave you?
Well, that's because your meaning is coming from something physical. Does that make sense? You say, in your explanation, your money in the suitcase is something physical, representing your God, right? The money is your God. But for me, my money is me inside of me. I don't need to find money in the suitcase because me, myself, is enough.
No, I was pointing out that nihilism, if we're just sticking with the definition of the word, it is that everything is meaningless. If everything is meaningless, there's no way of finding meaning where meaning does not exist, is what I was pointing to. The same with the suitcase, there's no money in the suitcase. You can't find money in there because it doesn't exist in there. So I was just pointing out that it doesn't make sense to me, at least, when you say, search for meaning where there is no meaning. I was just trying to point that out. But if you still think it makes sense to you, then I can't argue with that. Let me answer your question now. The question you asked was why did God have to sacrifice himself to himself to save a people that he created for himself? Is that what you said?
No. I said, why does God have to sacrifice himself to himself for the creation that he created?
Oh, okay. So I'm a Trinitarian, not a modalist, so I don't believe that God sacrificed himself to himself. So as a Trinitarian, I believe that God, the Father, sent his Son to be unalived on the cross for all those who would believe. Christ sacrificed himself to God the Father as the Son, was buried, rose from unalivement, and did so to save the people that he has elected before the foundation of the world to be saved. Why did he do this? The reason why he did that was to glorify himself in his justice on sin and his grace on the sinner. So,
but he created it. No.
Yeah, he created it, and he caused it. So
he sacrificed his Son for something that he created.
Yeah, it was all a part of his plan.
Creation.
It was all a part of his plan, yes.
Do you understand? Okay.
Yeah. It was all, let me try to explain it from the Christian theology perspective. Everything that happens in the universe.
I used to be Christian. I actually grew up Christian.
That's awesome.
My whole life.
Everything that happens in the universe is the direct result of God's decree. It's all a part of God's plan, including the unalivement of Christ on the cross. And existence, the world, everything that we see has a meaning, and that unifying meaning is that we are all image bearers and vessels of God's glory. So God created us to glorify himself in his justice and in his grace and mercy. And the cross was an example of that.
Okay, but on the other side of that, if free will does not exist, because there's neuroscience findings that your brain activity can predict a person's decisions before they are consciously aware of making them. And with that, there's influence of the environment and the genetics that heavily influence how we are today, our upbringing and experiences, all of that. Therefore, we don't have free will, because if you look back at every decision you make, there's an input and an output, right? And it all goes back to the time that you were born, meaning that every decision you make, your brain is making it before you can consciously make it yourself, unless you're in like states of meditation. But for the most part, we don't have free will. And that's one of the biggest things about God is you have agency. He gives us agency to choose if we can believe in him or not, to choose good or evil, right? Without
can I
the
jump
free
in?
will aspect, we don't have that.
Can I jump in just for a second? I wanted to let you finish.
Yeah, for
first.
sure.
I wanted to let you finish because, I want to show you respect and let you finish your points and so on. I'm one of those Christians who does not believe in free will. It's called,
Okay.
I'm a Presbyterian. Presbyterians reject the notion of free will. So everything you just said is accurate. I believe it. I just go a little bit further and say, as I said earlier, I said everything is part of God's plan. If I say that everything is part of God's plan, free will is precluded, because that would mean that we have autonomy, independence from God to make decisions and make actions. When, if everything is a part of God's plan, that would logically entail that everything that we do is a part of God's plan. And we can't do otherwise because we have no autonomy. We have agency, but not autonomy. We don't have free will. So earlier I said that we are all vessels of God's glory, some for honor, some for dishonor. And what that means is some of us were created for the purpose of going to hell to glorify God in his justice, and others to go to heaven to glorify God in his grace, and the means by which we get there. So all the actions that we make in life and that ended us up in hell was also a part of God's plan. There is no free will, none whatsoever.
Okay, so I do see how you could see that, but I also have to question, why would God make something just for it to suffer for eternity? And obviously there's not he doesn't paint a picture of what hell looks like in the Bible, but why would God make something and say he loves us so much? And, let's say someone's damned from the time that they're born. How is that fair? How is that good?
All right, let me tell you why it makes sense. Let me first of all give you a concession. Let me concede something to you. If God loves every human being the same way eternally, then it would not make any sense for God to create some human beings to go to hell. That would be a contradiction. So that's a concession there. But I don't believe that God loves every human being the same way and has the same love for every human being, because the Bible doesn't teach that. In Romans chapter 9, verse 13, it says, Jacob I have loved, Esau I have hated. And that's just one verse out of a multiplicity of verses I could quote that state that God hates people. He does not love everyone the same way. And the ones that he has created to go to hell are the ones that he has he hates. He creates people to hate them and uses them as a means to glorify himself in his justice. How is that fair? Well, the fairness is found in the fact that God has given every individual a law to follow, one law. And to break that law, justice is what the law brings. And God determines that we break his law and then use the punishments of the law to bring about justice. And that is how it's just. That is how it's just.
I don't know. This is, with all my debates and everything with different believers.
It's the first time you heard this, right?
What?
It's the first time you've heard this, right?
No. This is definitely not the first time I've heard this. more than half of my family is actually Mormon. But it always comes to, if God is so good, then why would he do that to someone? Why is there so much suffering in all of planet? For me to breathe right now, that means something had to die before me, whether it was a plant or an animal or anything. Something had to die for me to be breathing right now.
The only problem is that
so
you
much
have
suffering.
The reason why you have a problem is because you have a definition of goodness and a definition of suffering that God does not meet.
Correct.
Yeah. So it would come down to our definitions of goodness and suffering, because you can have a definition of goodness and say that goodness means no suffering. If there is suffering, then we have instances of no goodness. If God is good, then that means he would want no suffering. The very fact that there is suffering means that this God does not exist. So it comes down to our definition. So the reason why you have a problem.
I just think that why would God make a creation with so much suffering? He could make it so there's less suffering, but there's so much suffering.
I have the answer. The reason why God created the world with suffering is so that he could use suffering to glorify himself. It's all about him and his glory. That's the reason why they're suffering.
Yeah, I definitely see that. Yeah, it always comes to him.
Yep.
True.
I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to tell you the truth. That's all I can do, man.
Do you think that's fair?
I think it's fair
to us, his creations. The ones that are eternally damned, the ones that the second they were born, they already had a plan of going to hell. Do you think that is fair?
I think
because we do have feeling. Like, as a human, you can say we feel things, you know?
Yeah. The reason why I accept that doctrine, and in my explanation, the answer to your question is going to be in there, I promise. So, in our doctrine, we have something called unconditional election and unconditional reprobation. Election to salvation and reprobation to damnation is unconditional. It's not because of what anyone did or what anyone didn't do. But when we get to the creation of the world, salvation and damnation become conditional. So salvation is conditioned upon your faith and repentance, and damnation is based upon your disobedience and rebellion. But all of that has been... Let me get to the answer now.
Okay.
All of that has been decreed by God. Now, when I look at the people who go to hell because they were reprobated before the foundation of the world and decreed to go to hell through their disobedience and hence their condemnation, the reason why I think it's just is because the means by which they go to hell is based upon the law that God gave. And when you break laws and you're punished for those laws, that is the definition of justice that the Bible gives. So I think it's just in that sense that they are being punished for the laws that God decreed that they break.
But again, if you say that they don't have free will and God knows exactly what is going to happen, how is that just?
Yeah, I agree with what I think it was Christopher Hitchens. He says that we will what we do, but we don't will what we want. And that is consistent with biblical theology, in that what we do is what we want to do, but what we want to do is not what we chose to want to do. So, and as a matter of fact, if you take God out of the equation, the problem of determination or being determined, if that's a problem, isn't removed, because now what you have is everything we do, think, and say being determined by natural effects and natural laws. And that would mean that nothing has any ultimate meaning, which would be the logical entailment, and that would be nihilism. Nihilism is the logical entailment of saying everything's determined by natural laws and natural effects. Nothing has any meaning because we are being determined by impersonal entities and impersonal forces. So
exactly.
Yeah. So I'm pointing out that naturalism is true because it is taught by determinism is true because it is taught by the Bible, but the agent behind the determination is a personal agent, and that's God, which gives meaning to everything happening. The alternative would be nihilism. Everything's meaningless. But you don't live as though everything is meaningless, which means that nihilism is a performed contradiction.
I mean, to truly be immersed in nihilism, I'm not saying this in a way that I'm going to do it, but you would have to remove yourself from this earth, because even me being here is a product of somebody else's suffering. And also with the free will thing that you were mentioning, do you think that other Christians are wrong because they do believe in free will?
Yeah, I think every Christian who believes in free will is wrong. Yes, they are.
So do you think that they will also get sent to hell?
No, because
they don't believe in the true, real God that you do.
Let me tell you, let me answer that. So I have to use this very, very quick statement that I got from a book I read. All heresy is error, but not all error is heresy. Heresy takes you to condemnation. Heresy takes you to hell. But error doesn't necessarily take you to hell. So them not agreeing with me on this particular doctrine of whether or not they have free will is not a salvation issue. A salvation issue would be if they disbelieved that Jesus Christ was the way, the truth, and the life, or that Jesus Christ is God, and there's some other things I could mention. But there are particular doctrines of Christianity that you have flexibility on, and free will is one of them. And other doctrines of Christianity that if you ever said that you don't believe, you are definitionally not a Christian and you would be condemned. So free will, I disagree with Christians on that, some Christians on that. And I would tell them that they're wrong. I would tell them that they are in error. But I would also say that they are not going to go to hell as a result of that. That's just one of the non-essentials. To believe in free will is to, have a worldview that makes no sense, because you're going to speak out of the same mouth and say everything you do has a previous cause. You are an effect of a cause. We live in a cause and effect universe. Everything you do was caused by something else. A Christian will agree with that, all the while saying they have free will to do otherwise than they did in the past. It's a contradiction, but they are allowed to have contradictions in their worldview. I mean, it's okay. Yeah.
So what you're saying is, if you do not believe in God, right, you get sent to hell.
Exactly.
This is known, right?
This is known, and that is decreed by God.
Let's look at the people who, for example, maybe anyone in North Korea where God is, you cannot believe in him. It is illegal. You will get punished by death.
Right.
They are damned from the time they are born. No or yes?
Let me try to answer this question as honestly as I can. So in Romans chapter 10, it says that faith comes by hearing, and by hearing the word of Christ. God has decreed before the foundation of the world who will hear his word and who will not, and who will hear his word and believe, and who will hear his word and not believe. So the people that you mentioned in that geographical location, North Korea or so on and so forth, there are going to be people who are unalived and never heard the gospel and hence never believed, and people who are going to be unalived who heard the gospel through some means and didn't believe and hence went to hell, and others, because I am aware that over there are underground churches and underground Christians. They hide their faith from the public so that they are not unalived. There are some of them who will go to heaven and some of them who will go to hell. It has all been decreed and planned by God. We are not living in a world where God wants everyone to be saved and he's going to be eternally sad and depressed because people that he really, really wanted to save did not say yes to him. That's not the God of the Bible. The God of the Bible is the one who has decreed everything to take place in time, and we are all determined by him to do what he wants us to do and to glorify himself in the end through grace and through justice.
I can definitely see how that is something that people would believe, but at the end of the day, I can't bring myself at least to believe in a God that promotes suffering.
Yeah, and
this way.
you can't unless he determined you to do so. You can't believe in him unless he makes you believe in him. So,
Right.
As a
Which
Christian, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, well, that's just. I don't think that's fair at all.
Yeah.
I think because of this, we do have meaning. I also think it's also been proven by anthropologists that when you look at what God people believe in certain locations, this one lady, you need to look at what she says, but
Who? Black Web?
no nonsense spirituality. She can look at where people live and determine what God they believe in, or just she can listen to what somebody their beliefs are and know exactly what religion they're in.
Yeah. I mean, I do agree that you are more likely to believe in the God of your culture, but it is not. There are exceptions.
For generations, like for example,
there are exceptions to the rule.
The Old Testament God is a lot more ruthless than the New Testament God, right? And that shows because there was lots of war and they had to believe in something that would fight. And
they're the same God, though. They're the same God.
That would be more fair and just.
They're the same God. I don't agree with the people who say that the Old Testament God and the New Testament God are different. They're the same God. We right, have it in the New Testament.
I'm just talking about just in general.
Yeah, just in general. But
people make up Macy. The God that they need for themselves.
Macy, I don't agree that we make up a God. I actually think that we recognize God's existence through his decree. But again, I have to try to hold you accountable to your worldview. In your worldview, everything that I just said has no ultimate objective moral value because everything is meaningless. So every time you mention justice and fairness and goodness and evil, you're coming from a worldview that has no meaning and no purpose. Ultimately, you have to choose your purpose.
I said, I can find internal meaning, even though my external meaning has no value. Nothing has value.
Yeah.
But I myself internally can find meaning, whereas other people who believe in Christians are finding meaning elsewhere, externally from God.
But even internally, nihilism does not allow you to have internal meaning either. You're just, asserting that. But I can still address that. That would logically entail that if nothing has any meaning and individuals can decide internally what their meaning is, you would have to then conclude that everything is relative and everything is subjective, including moral values, because everyone would individually decide internally what's right for them, what's wrong for them, what's justice, what's goodness, what's evil. And nobody would ultimately be wrong externally because externally nothing has any meaning.
Well, everything is also, again, like we talked about, the free will thing. It's not like I can pick anything. You can't pick anything. Everything that in our life has led us up to this moment right now.
Yeah, everything is determined externally, as you and I agree. But you inserted the internal thing.
Even though if I say, yes, internally I do have meaning, that's just honestly a comforting lie to make it so you don't remove yourself from this earth because there's no meaning at all.
But you do acknowledge that it is a lie.
What's a lie?
You just said that
the comforting lie of having meaning.
You just said I'm just repeating.
Everyone wants to give themselves.
I'm repeating what you said.
Right?
You say it's a comforting lie. So you acknowledge it's a lie.
Exactly.
Okay,
it's a comforting lie. Us humans give ourselves comforting lies.
So it's not true.
Like God.
No, I don't agree with that. I mean, I hear you saying that your entire worldview is a comforting lie.
No. Not my entire worldview.
I think nihilism is false.
I give myself meaning, but because of free will, we both know that's not true. We both know that everything that I've picked up to this moment was already planned. It was already going to happen. You can restart the entire universe and everybody will act exactly how they would be right now, correct?
Yeah.
So me saying I can give myself internal meaning, I can say that, but at the end of the day, you're right, it is a lie, because everything that has happened up to this moment is already picked.
Yeah,
it has no meaning.
Yeah. In your worldview, it is a lie because there is no ultimate unifying causal agent that is personal that decrees and determines what you do. It is just natural effects. So I would say that in your worldview, everything has no meaning, including your decision to internally find meaning, because that would also be a product of natural effects that ultimately has no meaning. Mm-hmm. So your worldview.
I do think that, because I think this is so true. Like, if you look at evolution, free will, everything, God's existence, and if you really look down every single religion and really dive deep into what it really is and what life is all about, you will find that there is absolutely no meaning. Therefore, people will turn to religion or look at religion because it's more comforting than the sad truth that the universe is suffering and our earth is suffering. There's more suffering than good, and there's nothing at the end. So people will come up with God, and over time, it makes them feel better about why they're here and what they're doing.
I would disagree with the notion that, again, that God was made up, and also say that from your worldview foundation, whenever you make arguments and complaints about justice and fairness in the Christian worldview and argue against the Christian God because the Christian God does this or that, if you're consistent, you would also have to say that you are arguing for things that ultimately have no meaning.
Sorry, I'm just rebuttaling what you're saying and saying I don't think that's just or fair. Like, when you say, well, God has a plan for everyone and there's some people who are damned from the second that they're born, I'm saying for myself, I don't think that's just or fair.
But you're acknowledging that your notion of justice and fairness is coming from a worldview that has no meaning ultimately about these things being just or fair.
Say that again?
You would acknowledge that your arguments and rebuttals of my worldview on justice and fairness is coming from a worldview, nihilistic worldview, that would stipulate that these things ultimately have no meaning.
Correct. Nothing has meaning.
Right. So everything that you say when you are arguing against my position and rebutting my position is meaningless.
Yes.
So it takes away. Well,
what I'm saying
takes away meaning from.
I think that people, generations and centuries ago, made God because they didn't have any meaning. They were looking for meaning, and they found that in God or a religion.
Is that statement you just made true?
Well, I think it's true.
Does truth come from a meaningless universe?
I don't know, does it?
No, it doesn't. So when you say that statement and you say it's true, well, you didn't say it's true. There is no truth in that worldview. So everything you just say could be false, right?
It could be. Everything you also say could be false.
I would just say, well, from my worldview.
If everything I say is false, then everything you say could also be false.
The reason why that would be inaccurate is because both of us are coming from a different worldview perspective. Your worldview would stipulate that everything you just said is false. Mine wouldn't. Mine would say that there are things that I can say that are true because God grounds truth and grounds reality.
Why would you think that everything I say would be false? What makes my worldview?
No. That's not what I said. I said that your worldview would stipulate that what you said is not true because there is no such thing as truth in your worldview. But my worldview...
When did I say that there's no such thing as truth in my worldview, though?
No, you didn't say that, but your worldview would stipulate that.
I didn't say that.
I know, but my reading in nihilism is that one of the things nihilism, denies is truth being meaningful. There's no truth. Truth is meaningless, so there's no truth. I mean... And I think that what I'm saying is not a novelty to you. You probably read into nihilism. One of the things that is rejected in nihilism is the meaningfulness of truth. There's no truth. There's no way of knowing what's true from what's false because we are all determined by natural effects. So what you believe, what you hold to as your positions are just the effects of physics on your brain making you say, making you do, making you think what you do or whatever, which ultimately have no truth values to them. In my worldview, however, God is truth. And that is why we can see instances of truth in the universe and have the possibility of truth propositions, because he has determined and decreed that these things be the case. And ultimately, the world has meaning and purpose because God gives it meaning and purpose. So I'm just pointing out the differences in our worldviews.
If he's the meaning and purpose that he's giving, he is doing it all by himself because he created exactly what is going to happen. So he created it all for himself.
Exactly. And that is
not, and I'm saying this just for myself, but that is not a just God. You say he's all good. He's, he is the king. He is God himself. How can you sit behind here and say, oh yeah, this is okay? If you say that you believe in truth and all of that, and you can pick.
Well, I just explained it, and I also have to, push the antithesis and say that when you say,
if you believe in morals,
when you say that this God
how is that morally okay?
It is morally okay for the Christian God to do whatever he wants with his creation because he is beyond his laws. His laws don't apply to him; it applies to his creatures. So that's why what he does is not wrong, and what he does is good by virtue of him being the one doing them. But I have to push the antithesis.
To see the story, the story of the Good Samaritan. I really respect that about Jesus. Have you heard that story?
Yes, I have, but I have to push the antithesis again by saying that when you complain,
I don't think that God right there is the God that would send somebody to hell just for being born.
Well, and I'll say this again, even to Christians who say that they don't think that God would do that. The Bible says in Romans chapter 9, before the twins were born and had not done anything good or bad, for God's purpose, according to election, to stand. It was said to the younger, it was said to her, the older will serve the younger. Jacob I've loved, Esau I have hated. So God's decision to elect some for salvation is made before anyone is born or had done anything good or bad. So Christians who deny that would have to tear Romans chapter 9 out of their Bible because that's what the Bible teaches. But in your worldview, I have to push the antithesis again. When you say God is unjust, God is not fair, God is not good, you are speaking from a framework and foundational principle that stipulates.
I'm just rebuttaling what I'm hearing.
But it wouldn't be a rebuttal though. It would be you just saying that these things have no meaning.
They said, so since I created my child, I can do whatever I want to it.
Oh, well, actually, that would not be analogous because not everyone is God's child.
Think about it, because what you just said, God created, he can do whatever he wants, right? He can do whatever he wants. He's God.
Actually, the reason why.
Does that mean if you need to live a life like God himself, right? Worship him and live a life as God would, you can do whatever you want to your child because you created it.
The reason why I said that would be a disanalogous, or rather apples and oranges, is because I have a child. I did not create my child the same way God created me, and I do not sustain my child's existence the way God sustains my existence. So if you had said, if you were God and you created everything and you're sustaining everything's existence, then you could do whatever you want. Then, of course, I would agree with that. But if you say that, like God, your child who you created, you could just do whatever you want and not be wrong. No, it would be apples and oranges. So God creating the universe, he has a right to do whatever he wants with his creatures.
Does your religion believe that you should live a life as Jesus did, as God did, and live like him?
No, my religion does not stipulate that I live like God lives, because that would be an impossibility. We are not God. We can't live like God. But it does stipulate that we live like Christ, and that is limited to his human nature. Because when Christ was on the earth, he was both God and man, and he obeyed God's law perfectly as a human being. And when scripture says, be like Christ, or follow me as I follow Christ, Paul is making reference to the fact that Christ kept the law, and we should be obedient like Christ was obedient on the earth. So we can't be like God because we're not God, but we can be like Christ because Christ was also a man. So we follow Christ because he was man. But you know this because you claimed you were a Christian one time. So this.
Yes, I was a Christian.
This should be obvious to you. So
well, I actually was raised Mormon for a very long time.
I don't think that Mormonism disagrees with what I said. We be like Christ in that Christ was
Yes.
was a man. We follow Christ as a human being because we're human beings. We're not God, so we can't be like God. So if I were to, I can't even entertain the idea. The Bible doesn't command us to be like God because we can't. It's an impossibility.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I do want to mention your second topic, the slavery affirmed by the Bible is not wrong.
Yeah. Do you know the slavery affirmed by the Bible? Do you know it?
What do you mean by that?
Okay, let me tell you.
I'm not quite familiar with what you're talking about.
All right, let me tell you. So, in my Christian tradition, the Bible records two types of slavery, and I'm going to tell you what that means right after I give an example of something else the Bible records and affirms. The Bible records two forms of marriage: polygamous marriage and monogamous marriage. Polygamy and monogamy, with regards to marriage, is recorded by the Bible. But the Bible only affirms one of them in my, denominational tradition. And that is the Bible affirms monogamous marriage, but it records both monogamous marriage and polygamous marriage. So we bring that over to slavery now. The Bible records slavery based on exploitation and oppression, and the Bible also records slavery that is based upon justice and fairness. But it only affirms one. The one that the Bible affirms is a slavery that is based upon justice and fairness, as stipulated in Colossians chapter 4, verse 1, where Paul says, "Masters, treat your slaves with justice and fairness, because you have a master in heaven as well." And when Paul says to the Corinthians, who were in a culture where slavery was prevalent and slavery was based upon oppression and exploitation, he says to them, if you are able to be free, rather do that. So Christians, when we live in a culture where slavery is prevalent, if we have a slave, we are to treat them with justice and fairness, because that is an expression. I'm going to close right now, I promise. That is an expression of the Imago Dei principle, which is that every human being is created in God's image and hence have value, dignity, and worth. And in Christ, according to Galatians chapter 3, there is neither slave nor free, male nor female, Greek or Jew, but we are all one in Christ Jesus because of that principle. So the slavery affirmed by the Bible is not wrong because it is based upon justice and fairness.
Interesting take. What about the Bible being used to justify actions like colonism?
Those would be examples of evil because, again, slavery
But
being...
again, if God created everything and he knows exactly what will happen, he actually was the one to do that.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. The Bible records evil actions taking place by human beings, all of which are decreed and determined by God to take place. But there are distinctions that are made in the biblical text where God's affirmation in his prescriptive will is different from God's decree in what takes place in time, which is exemplary of his decreative will. So in Christian theology, we make a distinction between God's decreative will and God's prescriptive will. So let me close it out now with regards to evil and slavery. In the Old Testament and in history, because not only what takes place in the Bible is what's decreed by God, but everything that takes place in time itself. When you look at the Bible and history, you see examples of slavery being based upon exploitation and oppression, like when the Israelites went and conquered nations and took them as slaves and so on. That was slavery based upon oppression and exploitation, where the slave was unwilling to be a slave. Those were examples of evil. But the slavery affirmed by the Bible is when the slave wants to be a slave, the slave is willing to be a slave, and the slave is treated with justice and fairness. An example is in the Bible where a law is given to the Israelites. If there is any slave among you who does not want to go free and wants to be a slave to you forever. You shall put an awl on his ear as a symbol indicating his permanent servitude to you. So we have slaves who want to be slaves and who are willing to be slaves and who are treated with justice and fairness. The only slavery that the Bible affirms. All other examples are examples of evil and wickedness.
But I wasn't talking about slavery. I was talking about colonism.
Define colonism for me.
So during the age of colonism, some colonizers use the Bible to justify their action.
Mm-hmm.
So,
which actions?
What?
Which actions? I'm not disagreeing with you. I just want to make sure that I understand what you're saying. Which actions did they justify with the Bible? Which actions?
So, extracting resources and labor from the colonized regions without significant settlement, like in Africa and Asia.
Okay, I see. So,
and the impact on the indigenous populations.
Okay, so in history, people used the Bible to justify their evil actions. Is what you're asking me, right?
Correct.
Yes, they did.
They used the Bible to justify it.
Yeah, they used the Bible to justify their evil actions. Yeah, we can all misuse documents to do wicked things. I agree with that.
Except we're not the ones doing it.
I would say that we're the ones doing it by God's decree.
But we don't have free will, you just said, so we're not the ones doing it. God is. He made it like that.
The reason why we're the ones...
his own doctrine against himself and then sending people to hell because free will does not exist in your...
Let me tell you why we're the ones doing it and not just God decreeing us. We will what we do, but we do not will what we will.
Yes, well, everything good is God, right? Everything bad is Satan or evil.
No.
But God makes everything.
No, I don't agree. I don't agree with the same. Everything good is God and everything bad is Satan. I would say that God is good and God has decreed in his creation for good and evil to exist, both of which he uses for his glory.
But
sentient being. Wow.
He knows everything that we're going to do because he created us. Every bad thing I do, he knows I'm going to do it because he created me. Therefore, he was the one doing the bad. And he is the one also doing the good.
No, the reason why you're getting it wrong is because you are not allowing the distinction between ultimate cause and proximate causes, which we acknowledge in Christian theology. So God is the ultimate cause or ultimate reason why an action or a fact is the case, but he does so through means and through secondary causes, and our actions, even though God is the one who determines them, he also determines that we want to do them and we do them freely, free from force, not free from God. So we're not forced to do anything we don't want to do.
Don't believe in free will.
I don't believe in free will,
you just contradicted yourself.
I didn't contradict myself because the free will I don't believe in is freedom from God. Everything we do is determined by God, but we are free from force in that God does not make us do things we don't want to do. So we want to do the things we do, and we go to hell because we want to, but they're all decreed by God. So there's total consistency.
Before you mentioned that some people are damned from the beginning because God made some people to suffer.
Yeah, but I think I also mentioned that God has also decreed the means by which they would go to hell and suffer. And that is the fact that he has made us want to do the things that we do. Nothing we want to do, nothing we do is apart from God. And that is what free will is.
It's also our environment affects our free will, right? Because our environment affects everything in our genetics, right?
The environment,
our upbringing, and who made that environment?
I was just about to say the environment that was created by God. So there's no free will. I'm trying to agree with you as much as I can, but I'm also saying that in your worldview, Macy, when you argue against God and you try to say that this is bad, this is so on and so forth, you're arguing from a worldview that stipulates that these things you're arguing against have no meaning. So every time you argue, Macy, I want you to notice you are committing a performative contradiction where your words are contradicting your worldview.
But I'm trying to show you exactly why God is not real.
There's no way you can show me that, because your worldview, as a naturalist, I would say you're a naturalist. Naturalism does not prove that God doesn't exist. It just states that everything that they observe is natural.
What we were just talking about, you totally flipped it onto me. When we were talking about free will, you flipped it onto what I was saying, like, oh, everything you say has no meaning. But if we go again and turn back and talk about free will, you can admit that because we don't have free will, God chooses for us. Therefore, all good and evil is actually God in your perspective, because we don't have free will, because our conscious doesn't know the decision we're making.
And I said something similar to what you just said. Everything good and evil is the result of God's will, as opposed to saying everything good and evil is God. Now that's a very, very big difference there. I'm not a pantheist in that I believe that everything is God.
Right, but
I'm
if
atheist.
you say that free will doesn't exist,
Yeah.
then you're saying that everything good and evil is God.
No, I'm not
Because
saying
he's
that.
the one that created everything.
I'm not saying that.
If you just take that statement alone, that is exactly what it means. It means that because you can't choose for yourself, that means God is choosing for you.
But that would not entail that everything is God, is what I'm pointing out. Everything is the result of God's
But
will
I
and God's
thought that
decree.
everything was God because he created everything.
God is not the cow that he created. You're misunderstanding Christian theology. I'm trying to point out to you, if I write a story, am I the story, or is the story an expression of my will?
People create the God that they need for themselves.
You keep saying that, but I told you that it's categorically false. And what you just said, that everything is God, is like saying that when somebody writes a book, he is the book that he wrote and not just the expression of his will. I was trying to show you that everything.
He's the author. He created it. So everything right and wrong in that book is because of the author.
Right, but that would not mean that.
Exactly.
But that would not mean
creating his book.
No, but that would not mean that everything in the book is the author. It would just mean the expression of the author's mind or will. I'm glad you see the distinction now. Perfect. So everything that happens in the world and everything in creation, good and evil, is not God. It is the result of God's will. I'm glad you understand now. So get the.
What do you mean by saying it's the result of God's will?
It's the result of God's.
Dig more into that.
It's the result of God's will, which points to his desire of what he wants to take place to glorify himself in the end. Not that everything is God, because that is a very different thing than saying that everything that happens in the world is an expression of God's will. It's different. I'm not God. You're not God. The trees outside and the cows outside are not God. They're expressions of how he wants the world to be and his will. And that's why there is no free will, because we can't choose to do something different from what God wants us to do.
Everything's an expression of how he wants it to be.
Yeah.
Are you saying that that's only the good, or are you saying that is the evil as well because he created it?
Both good and evil, which I've said multiple times.
So he created both good and evil, right? So everything evil is him as well.
There you go again. I think you're just refusing to understand, or you're doing this on purpose.
Wait, no, I'm trying to understand where you're coming from, because exactly what you just said. You just said that he created good and evil, and then I said, so everything evil is also him, right?
No.
Okay.
No. You just agreed earlier that an author writing a book does not mean that the book and the things in the book is the author. It's just an expression of the author's mind and will. And now you went right back.
Everything in that book, if it is good or evil, is the author, because they are the ones that created it.
Okay, so every author who writes a book, the book is the author.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying what the author writes down. No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying let's say I write a book, okay?
Yeah.
And I write a bunch of statements. Some of them may be wrong, some of them may be right. But all of those statements that I wrote down, I wrote them down. I created those statements.
And they are expressed in a book.
And they are the things that I created.
And they are expressed in a book,
anything that
right?
I created could be good or it could be bad.
And they are expressed in a book.
Sure, you could use the term expressed, but I could use the term create. You could use
Okay, let me use your term. Created the statements in the book, which are a codified expression of what you want in the book. Your will, your desire, right?
So an expression is something that I create. You have to create an expression, right?
So back to the question now that I'm trying to put out there. Is what the author, like, okay, you the author, is what you create in the book you?
Yes. What I create in the book
is not
what
you.
I write down, I'm the one writing it down, which means I'm the one creating
but it's not you.
And expressing and articulating all of that. That's what I'm putting down.
But it's not
and
you.
Any of those words could be good or bad. And that's because I'm the one writing it down.
Yeah, but it's not you though, right?
But, okay, let's say I'm going to use an analogy. Let's say I did a homework assignment and my teacher marks me wrong on one of, let's say I got something wrong. I missed a comma. She marks it wrong. That is my wrongdoing, not my expression's wrongdoing. That's my wrongdoing because I did it. I created that piece of work and I missed a comma. So it's my wrongdoing. That's the same thing with God.
Yeah, but when you put the teacher into the analogy who would examine what you authored, your analogy pinning on to God now becomes disanalogous because there is no teacher and no one above God to evaluate whether or not what he has recorded or authored is wrong or right. Now it becomes a apples and oranges analogy. It stops at you saying that you're an author of a book and nothing else exists but you. No teacher to examine your book. Nothing at all. And that would mean that what you put in the book is not you. It's not you. So when you say that everything that happens in the universe is God, you are going against 2,000 years of Christian theology and what the Bible teaches. But I'm not going to concede to that because it's not true.
I'm following the science, which is millions of years instead of thousands of years.
Okay, let's talk about science. Let's talk about science very quickly.
Also, this guy said, wouldn't an all-powerful God know how to best express his will without people misinterpreting?
Yes, and he did. That is why when we study the Bible and we interpret the Bible, we should do so with the understanding of the people who the Bible was written to, because the Bible wasn't written to us, it was written for us. It was written to an ancient people who had ancient understandings of things. So when we say we understand the Bible, it must be how the people understood the Bible, not us. Anyways, are you saying that only what is scientifically verified is true?
People make the God that they need.
I disagree with that. Are you saying that science, only what is scientifically verified is what you believe to be true?
Wrong. But again, you know what I believe if we've talked at all.
Is that what you... So wait a minute. Are you saying that you don't hold the position that what is scientifically verified is true?
It depends on where it's coming from.
Okay. All right. So I'm glad that I got to hear your position. I just want to point out one more time that as a nihilist, every time you make complaints about justice, fairness, goodness, evil, you're arguing about things in your worldview that has no meaning.
But I'm just rebuttaling what you're saying.
I don't think that you can rebuttal what I'm saying if your concepts of evil, justice, and goodness have no meaning.
I didn't ever say that specifically.
No, you didn't say it, but that's what your worldview is. That's what nihilism is. But thank you so much for your time, Macy. I'm looking forward to talking with you again. Okay?
Thank you.
You have a good day. You are such a nice lady.
Too.
Such a nice lady.
You.
See, she is such a nice lady. I'm sure that if she drinks beer, we would have a good conversation over some beer. It's nice, very nice lady. But I just wanted to point out that her worldview as a nihilist, every time she argues with me about justice, fairness, evil, goodness, she's arguing about things that in her worldview have no meaning. So I just wanted to point that out, arguing with her was pointless too, because her worldview has no meaning. But, I just wanted to see where it would go and if I could have some fun. And if I could speak to my first nihilist. She was actually my first nihilist. I was trying to see if I could speak to my first nihilist and do so respectfully. And I did. Well, wait a minute. It was decreed by God that I do so, and I did. Awesome. I'm glad that I could do that. All right, Holy Ptah. Let's hear what Holy Ptah has to say.
Hi.
Hey, Holy, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. Holy Peter.
Holy Ptah,
Yeah.
how you doing? What would you like to
Yeah,
say?
I'm good, Andren.
Thank you. What would you like to say?
Yeah, I've listened to you for a bit. I would like to ask some questions and make attempts on especially number 2 and 3, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, so maybe I'll go with the questions first. I listened to your conversation with the lady that just dropped.
Did you hear my
Yes,
argument for number 2?
Yeah, I did.
Okay,
did.
perfect.
I did. Yeah.
I would just repeat the same thing if I were to answer number 2. So what do you think about my argument?
Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. So the question I wanted to ask is a question actually for number 2.
Yeah.
So given some of your explanation about what is good, evil, wrong or right,
Right.
what would be the yardstick of saying the Bible affirmation of slavery was not wrong?
What would be the what to say that the Bible affirmation of slavery would be wrong? What would be the what? I didn't hear the part of the question.
Your yardstick.
The yardstick. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, yeah. So because if I get your position clearly, God doesn't do anything wrong. Okay, God going to maybe unalive the unborn children of the Egyptians wasn't wrong.
Yeah, it wasn't wrong for him to do.
Good. So what is the yardstick? Why? How can we determine if it was wrong or right?
All right,
How
so
can we determine that?
let me tell you. In the Bible, in the revelation of God that is propositionally codified in the Bible, we see a distinction between God's ideal and God's deviations from his ideal, in that God has revealed to us in Scripture what the ideal is, what the right thing is. And he has also revealed in Scripture people deviating from that ideal by his decree. An example, which you probably already know, is a brother. I want to make sure I use the right terms here because, TikTok is very sensitive. A man being intimate with his sister is wrong. It's morally wrong. Why? Because it's revealed in God's ideal, in his prescriptive will. But we have God in Scripture directly commanding and permitting and decreeing the opposite of that, which is when Abraham and Sarah, who were brother and sister, were intimate. And after that, we have Isaac and Rebekah, who were cousins. And after that, we have Jacob, Leah, and Rachel, who were also cousins. So we have God decreeing deviations from his ideal to fulfill his purposes, to fulfill his glorious purposes, to glorify himself in his justice and in his grace. Now, with regards to slavery, you asked about the yardstick. How do I identify the yardstick? The yardstick is revealed in Scripture through God's prescriptive will, in that God says in his word, every human being is made in his image, and hence we are all born and created with inherent value and dignity, and hence are to be treated with fairness and justice. And the slavery that is recorded in the Bible is both slavery based upon justice and fairness and slavery based upon exploitation and oppression. The Bible only affirms one. The Bible only says one of those is right, and that is the slavery based upon justice and fairness. The other ones are evil. God decreeing and ordaining evil actions from people and the Israelites.
Yeah, but again,
that's the yardstick.
But again, I'm not asking the question in relation to humans, right? It is all based. Okay, go.
You're asking about God.
Yeah, how do we? What I'm trying to.
I see.
What I'm trying to find out is, in God, is there anything wrong?
I see what you mean. You're asking me for the yardstick that would measure God and his actions.
Being right or wrong, yes.
Right. In Christian theology, we say that God is ex lex, meaning without law, in that the laws that exist are the laws that are applicable to human beings, and God is beyond that law, and God does not subscribe himself or follows that law. So there is no law that governs God. God is self-lawed. God is self-governed. Nothing governs him outside of himself. So there is no law for God. Only us.
Okay, that means there's no wrong or right with God.
None whatsoever.
Okay, beautiful. So, so you saying that the Bible affirmation of slavery was not wrong or is not wrong. That makes you wrong, because with God, you can't tell if it's wrong or right. You cannot. There is no. It doesn't exist with God. So you saying the act of God or God affirming it in the Bible is not wrong, that means you're saying it is right.
But that's not the argument, though. That's not the argument. I'm not saying that the slavery affirmed by the Bible is not wrong because God can do whatever he wants. I'm saying the slavery affirmed by the Bible is not wrong to human beings, because if we own slaves and treat them with justice and fairness, we are not doing anything wrong, is what I mean. So I'm mapping it on to human actions and us, not God, because I would not know, as you rightly pointed out, there is no standard that measures God.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
So you're a very smart guy. You're pointing it out. I'm glad. There's no standard for God, but there's a standard for us.
So moving on from there. So
yeah.
You mentioned while speaking with Mercy that if we live in the days of the Bible, the slavery that was affirmed by the Bible would be right if we practice that. There won't be anything wrong with it.
No.
Right?
No.
So good. So now.
No. It would be wrong. The slavery of the Old Testament predominantly was wrong. Predominantly. But we have examples of slavery in the Old Testament that were not wrong, where you have a slave wanting to be a slave forever to his master, and the ritual was to put an awl on his ear because he says, I love my master and I don't want to go free. So you have slavery in the Bible, in the Old Testament, that was right, because that was based upon justice and fairness. But the majority of slavery in the Old Testament was based upon oppression and exploitation, which was wrong, evil, and wicked.
But come to think of it, slavery, the word slavery, are we mixing it? Because slavery in any facet of it
to own someone as property is what I'm defining slavery as. But there are people in the world who would like to be owned as somebody else's property, is what I'm saying. Not everyone doesn't want to be owned as property by someone else.
No, I don't think so. Anyway,
but I disagree, because there's no way that you can say that no one in this world would want to be someone's property. There's no way you can know that.
Okay, yeah, I agree. So if someone wants to be someone's property, for example, will it be right for me to own that person because he wants to be my property?
It would only be right for you to do that if you do it with justice and fairness.
No, it would be wrong in any aspect, because it's not. You can't own another human.
Okay, so we're getting somewhere now.
It's wrong because you cannot. It's not according to human laws. It's not right to own another human. So if the person comes willingly and says, "I want to be your property, own me," you doing that is wrong.
Oh, that's what you mean. Okay. Let me. If you had asked it in that way, then you hear a different answer. In the Bible, in Romans chapter 13, the Bible says that we are to follow the governing laws of the land that we are in, as long as the laws don't contradict God's rules and God's word. I'm making reference to you talking about slavery only in a society where slavery was prevalent, or if slavery is prevalent. So let me use an example. If I lived in the Congo and I saw all the wickedness happening in the Congo, where people are owned as slaves and treated less than property and without value, I would buy as many slaves as I can if I was a rich man. And I would have those slaves live in my house as my roommates until I can gain their freedom. Because that kind of slavery, even though they would be owned by me on paper as my property, I would treat them with justice and fairness until I can let them go free. Because we're in a culture where slavery is allowed by the people who have the enforcement arm, even though the majority of the world thinks it's wrong. And that world, in the Congo, the Congoians, if that's even the word to use, they're breaking laws because I think the United Nations has a law against owning anybody as property. But in the Congo, you can't stop them because they have the enforcement arm. So as a Christian, I would know that if I own a slave, I must treat them with justice and fairness. What does that look like? They're my roommates. They do what they want to do.
No, they can't do what they want to do because they're not free. They are your slaves.
Of course they can do what they want to do. Are you going to tell me how to treat my slave if I have a slave? I would love to be a slave of a Christian if I was in the Congo. I would love to.
No. Maybe we're getting the word slavery or slave mixed up because...
All right, let me use the definition. I would love to be the property of a Christian if I was in the Congo. You're laughing because you think I'm joking. Yeah. I'm not joking. A Christian would treat me with justice and fairness. So I'm trying to show you that slavery is not wrong. I would love to be the property of a Christian because I know he would treat me with justice and fairness. I know.
Okay, so let me ask the final question on this slavery aspect, right? So do you think today it would be right for you to own a slave in any form or shape, whether as a Christian or in any way you want to describe it? Do you think it would be right?
It would only be right. It would only be right within It would only be right within a culture that permits or allows that. But in a culture that does not permit that, then I would be living against God's rules because he says in his word that I should follow the laws of the land if the laws of the land don't contradict his word. Not owning a slave is not something that would be wrong because you have the option of not having slaves if you don't want any slaves. But if I wanted slaves, I live in Jamaica, I can't have slaves. I can't have slaves. And there would be no need for me to have a slave because I would not be saving a slave from the possibility of being owned by someone who would treat them with exploitation and oppression. That's why I use the example of the Congo, because those slaves over there are not treated right. And it's allowed over there by the enforcement arm to own slaves. So we have to talk about this culturally and geographically.
In any culture, there is nowhere a slave is treated rightly. Once you're a slave, you are not treated rightly. Your freedom is taken away from you. You are not free to express yourself however you want to express yourself. You're not free to live once you are a slave. So in any culture, slavery is slavery. Someone who is in bondage.
Yeah, in bondage. Yeah. All of those examples that you mentioned.
So there is no freedom. There is no right way to treat a slave. Please, my brother, there's no right way to treat a slave. Once you agree, and
that is a universal claim, slave, man. That's a universal claim. There's no way you can know that.
With the word, what does the word mean?
Owning someone as property, and I told you earlier that I would love to be the property. I would love to be the property of a Christian. So you're talking to one right now. I would love to be the property of a Christian.
They don't have a right of their own. You own them. You own their rights. You own their freedom. You own everything about them. Right? So that
Christian slavery, sir.
Slavery.
That's because you don't know. I mean, you don't know Christian theology, it seems. So I have to try to educate you as best as I can. In Christian theology, when someone is owned by a Christian as a slave in a culture that permits that, the Christian treats the slave with justice and fairness. Because it's even in the Bible, Colossians 4 verse 1. Unless you're going to say you don't believe the Bible, say that then, but don't say that these things are impossible and these things don't happen because you don't have all knowledge. You don't know everything, so you can't know that. I'm saying to you as an individual, speaking to you, if I was in the Congo and I had no option but to be a slave, I would love to be the slave to a Christian because I know I'd be treated with justice and fairness. And that's not wrong. Nothing is wrong with that. But before I even continue, I don't know what your worldview is as an individual complaining about slavery. What is your standard from the axiological perspective in philosophy? What is your position?
I'm an atheist.
Okay, so from your atheistic framework, when you speak about axiology, sir, what is your position? Are you a deontologist? Are you virtue ethics? Are you consequentialist? What are you? What do you use to determine? What is the yardstick that you use to determine right from wrong in your worldview as an atheist?
Concession.
Concession. Okay. So we have no problem then. We don't have no problem. Because if a culture exists where slavery is allowed, you have no argument against that culture because the consensus in that culture wants slavery. So what's your problem?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
So what are you arguing against? Because the Bible exhibits a culture that permitted and allowed slavery. What's wrong with that in your worldview? Nothing.
No, so listen.
So why are you arguing then?
No. Listen now. We are humans, right? We are humans. We seek to exploit each other. And we do that a lot. So, but here we're talking about a God who is the ultimate, who is ultimate when it comes to morality, as you Christians claim, right?
But
so, a God who is the ultimate in morality should know that this telling these people to be exploitative against others is wrong.
that's why he condemns it in the Bible, but decrees it in his will. And again, you arguing with a culture about their moral principles contradicts your worldview.
Coming from God, not the people. Coming from God. That's
God gives it. God gives it to the people. God gives it to the people. So the people who do what God says, you're arguing against them as a culture, and you doing so contradicts your worldview. Is what I'm pointing out. I'm glad that I know.
Again, we are humans. Humans have flaws. Humans can exploit each other, right?
All right. I'm going to use that. I love that. In a culture where humans exploit each other, and in that culture, exploitation is allowed, you have no argument against that.
Coming from a God who knows better than humans, who is superior, who is supposed to be the ultimate of morality.
Again, you have no argument against it, man, because, morality is subjected to the culture. You have no argument against the culture. The culture is not wrong or right.
If we stick with the culture, then it's fine. But when we bring in God, then there's a problem.
No, it's no problem, because I could simply say that God is expressed in a culture that you could not call wrong.
Nope.
Worldview is destroyed.
These are humans exploiting each other. Fine, but now we are saying God tells us to do this. Then it's coming, and then we're trying to present the God as the yardstick for morality.
Okay. I'm gonna.
For morality, then it's wrong.
I'm going to use what you just said.
He's not different from humans. He's not different from us.
All right, I'm going to use what you just said and show you the problem. In your worldview, even if a culture, let me even concede to something. Let's say that the culture that says God told them to do what they said believes in a God that doesn't exist. It is still the culture doing the action. When you argue against the culture, you are committing a performative contradiction, because in your worldview, no culture is wrong or right objectively in what they say is wrong or right subjectively to them. So when you come up here and you're arguing against a Christian, you're committing a performative contradiction because your worldview is ultimately contradictory in that regard.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
What I'm saying is, as humans, we can look at our flaws and say, look, the rule of thumb: do what you want to be do unto others what you want to be done to you.
Not everyone agrees with that.
Okay, fine, but majority, most people will agree with that.
Okay, so the majority determines what's moral and what's wrong.
Yeah, that's consensus. I said it from the beginning.
Okay,
consensus, right?
Okay. So
if the majority said, I don't want to be taken as slave, you don't want to be taken as slave, then we all agree nobody should own a slave. Nobody should own
but we don't all agree though. But we don't all agree, just the majority. Not all. The exceptions but the exceptions would not be ultimately wrong or right, because the exceptions would also be a small society.
Fine, but when we
see?
Majority, because we are humans, we work with the majority. Because we are humans. So there's a majority. But when you now bring in God, then there's a problem. And
in the early 1900s in America, most people believed that owning black people was right. Were they right?
True. No, they were well, in the society, to them, they were right until most people now agree that
wait. Holy Pata, were they right?
Yep. They were right.
Wow, I love the consistency. So if they were right, you have no argument against slavery then. You just knocked your legs from under you. It's over.
Brother, I'm not saying I am arguing against slavery. I am saying we humans, we can exploit each other. We can do anything to ourselves.
And nothing would be wrong with that if the majority says it was right. Yeah, I get you. Yeah, you just knocked your legs from under you, man. It's over.
Majority makes the laws, right, brother? So when you bring in God,
it's over, bro.
That's where we deviate. I and you. When you bring in God, we deviate from there. All right.
Yo,
so let me go to the third one.
You're a cool guy. I love you, man. Yo, this was a good convo. I'm not gonna lie. But I was just pointing it out, though. You can actually see what I'm saying, though, right? If you say that everything is subjective to the culture, then one culture arguing against another culture about anything at all is just ultimately meaningless because, the cultures decide what's right for them, what's wrong for them.
True.
Yeah. I'm glad you can see it. I'm glad you can see it.
Yeah, true. But again, we are humans. We evolve. We can decide that this is wrong today, tomorrow the other one is right, and then we move on from there.
I mean, I would agree that let me just throw out some agreement that I have with you. I would agree with you that there are certain things in this world that we know are inherently wrong. Like torturing a child for fun is wrong. All of us would say that, I would think. Most of us, inherently wrong.
Yeah, most of us.
And treating another human being with scorn and disrespect. All of us would say. But I think, Holy Pata, that the inherent notions and inherent feelings that we have about moral principles come from God. I would say that those things point to God existing, not that we just derive them from evolution. Because if
you mentioned it in your statement, the feelings we have. There are feelings we have.
Yeah, but I would say those feelings come from God.
Yeah,
those feelings come from God.
They don't. They come from us as natural beings, as natural humans. Other animals too exhibit feelings.
All right.
They deviate from what they feel is harmful and evil, if we want to put it that way, or wrong to them.
I'm glad that you brought that up because now I think that I've ascertained something else about your worldview. Is it your position that everything we do, say, and think is the result of physics acting upon our brain's chemistry?
Yeah, I agree with that.
All right. So you're a naturalist. Okay. Very quickly, would you say that a tornado and a tsunami, which is the result of physical effects, is wrong for unaliving 10 people?
Wrong. I would say it is
neither.
It is a calamity. It will be an unfortunate happening.
But it does not have any. But it does not have moral value. It does not have any moral value in terms of being good or evil, right?
We can term it to be evil. Yeah, we can say it is evil, but the tsunami or the tornado doesn't have a mind or think.
Right. So it wouldn't be logical for us to say that a mindless physical natural effect has values to it in terms of evil and good, right? Yeah. So for me to say, wow, the tornado and earthquake unalived 10 people, that earthquake was evil, it would be nonsensical for me to say that, right?
Yeah, it would be nonsensical.
All right. So the reason why I asked you that is because you and I would both agree that physical effects don't have values to them that could be identified as evil or good, right?
No, they don't.
All right. So if a human being does an action to unalive 10 human beings, his actions are the result of physical effects, physics acting on his brain's chemistry, which would mean that his actions are also physical effects. How could we say that he was evil if everything is a physical effect? Go ahead. Answer that.
Yeah, because we have feelings, right?
Are those feelings the result of physical effects on the brain's chemistry?
Yeah, they are as a result of the brain.
Okay, so those feelings would not, so nobody can have an evil or good feeling or an evil or good action because they're all physical effects, right?
listen to me. So because you have those feelings, right?
I think I got you.
It is all coming from your feelings. So you will feel, oh, this is wrong, because it is you're looking it's from your perspective. You are saying it, oh, this is harmful.
Yes.
It's causing pain.
But those feelings and those perspectives, are the result of physical effects acting on your brain's chemistry.
Yes.
I got you, man. I got you. I love your consistency, by the way. You're a very consistent atheist. I love it. But I got you. You can't argue against slavery then, because slavery is just the physical effects acting on people's brain's chemistry that permit slavery or allow slavery, and your brain is just complaining against those things as another physical effect, which ultimately has no moral value to it as being good or evil.
As long as God is out of it. Yes.
Oh boy, yo, I love, this guy is amazing. Yo,
as long as God is out of it.
We had a good conversation, didn't we?
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
All right, man. Yo, have a good day, all right?
All right, you too.
I appreciate you, man.
Yeah, thank you, bye.
Holy Patah is a cool guy, man. Yo, it's always good when I can have fun having conversations with atheists. And that was a fun conversation. I'm not going to lie. I'm not even going to prolong it by talking about him because he's not here. So it wouldn't be fair for me to talk about him and his argument, and he's not here. So I'm just going to say that was a good conversation with Patah, Holy Patah. Hope he gives me a follow so that we can talk again sometime in the future. All right, so let me try to bring somebody else up. How long have I been on here? Damn, 2 hours and 30 minutes. I'm going to get off of here soon. It's a long time. Jaron. How do you say your name? Jaron? Jaren. Awesome. Jaren. What do you like to say, Jaren?
Oh, that request that I sent was an accident. But, I mean, I've just been listening to you, and, like, I agree with pretty much everything you said. I joined a little late, and you were talking about, I think you were just, like, entertaining that one girl's argument about how she was...
Yeah, the nihilism, not everything being meaningless. Yeah, I was trying to entertain it, because she was my first nihilist. Never spoke to a nihilist before. So I was trying to see if her worldview had any intelligibility. Because every time she argues against God and say God is unjust, God is not good, God is not loving, she is talking about things that in her worldview are meaningless. So I'm like, wow, how are you even able to talk about these things?
Yeah, I just agree with everything that you were saying, and you gave pretty I haven't really heard somebody really dive into deep the whole slavery, how slavery was okay and stuff like that in that society. So that was a good perspective.
Yeah. I mean, and I've learned that from theology. So it's by studying and reading and understanding what the Bible means by what it says. There's no way I could sit here and say to you, Jaron, that every aspect of slavery in the Bible was right. I can't say that because we have people being owned against their will, and God sending the Israelites to conquer people and owning them as slaves against their will. That's based on oppression and exploitation. But you also have slavery in the Old Testament where people were treated with justice and fairness and love, and slaves literally deciding that they want to stay with their masters forever because they love their master. So you have that as well. And we have to say that wasn't wrong because it's not wrong. It's not wrong.
Yeah, because in your specific position, you're saying that slavery affirmed by the Bible isn't wrong.
Yeah.
Which means not mistreating the slaves, that's different. For example, if you're a Christian back then, and you bought the slaves from someone who wasn't a Christian and they were mistreating them, treating those slaves as equal people, as treating those slaves fairly and treating them equally under the contract of slavery, that's not wrong.
No,
I agree with that.
It's not wrong. And just to throw something onto that, a slave being owned as property would be an individual in a different class of society. And you would be in a class in society that would be unequal to other classes in society. But that, in and of itself, is not wrong. It's not wrong for someone to be in a different class of society than someone else, or be in a lower class in society than someone else, because we have that even today, and that's not wrong. It would be like you working in an establishment and you have a manager or supervisor and you, the worker. It's not wrong inherently. So we have to point those things out, and also say that slavery is within a particular context in the Bible, in societies where slavery is permitted or allowed. In societies where slavery is not permitted or allowed, you're not allowed or even commanded to own any slaves. It's just, if you were to have a slave, this is how you should treat them. And that's not inherently wrong, because it's based upon the universal principle that we're all made in God's image and hence have inherent dignity, value, and worth. So that's not wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I definitely agree with that. It was just nice to like hear your positions and stuff like that.
Yeah,
so.
and one more thing. The Bible, I could also put up here, the marriage affirmed by the Bible is not wrong, because what is affirmed by the Bible is different from what the Bible records. The Bible records David doing something bad. I think you and I both know what David did. The Bible records that, but the Bible does not affirm that, in that you and I are not allowed to go and do what David did with Bathsheba and Uriah. It's recorded, but it's not affirmed. There was polygamy in the Bible. The Bible records that, but the marriage the Bible affirms is a bond and a covenant between a man and a woman. You see what I'm saying? So the Bible records the wrong kind of slavery, and it also records the right kind of slavery, but it only affirms one, and that's the slavery based upon justice and fairness. So just to throw that out there.
Yeah, I'm pretty new, like, to the Bible. Like, I just recently started by getting into like actual scripture. Like, I've been, a Christian for a while, and I've been following like Christianity and like really like listening to like what like people talk about it, but I haven't really gotten too deep into the scripture and everything. And I mean, I started off, on Genesis, and it's pretty like reading everything that like happened in Genesis and stuff like that. Like it's, I mean, I personally, I don't really know, like it's kind of confusing to me, because I don't really know like what really is going on, like with everybody, like what are they doing, like I feel like in Genesis especially, God, he lets some people like do, like you said earlier, you were like, like in the Bible it says that like marrying your brother or sister,
it's wrong, but God decrees and ordains that happen because God uses evil for his good, or uses evil for good. So that would mean that God used that sin as a means to keep the bloodline of the Israelites pure, by ensuring that Abraham's descendants were the Israelites. And I'm glad that we had this conversation, so that you could actually know these distinctions, so that when you actually start to read the Bible predominantly and very often, you already have a framework as to how to look at these things from a theological perspective. And as well, I want to recommend a book for you. I want you to buy a book called Wayne Grudem's Systematic Theology, so that as a Christian, you can see how these things all come together and actually have understanding when you read the Bible, as opposed to just reading it and be like, okay, this doesn't make any sense to me, but I just believe it anyway. So Wayne Grudem, Systematic Theology. Okay? Get that book, read it. And Systematic Theology, yeah.
Okay. I'll check it out.
Yeah, it's very popular, so I'm sure you can find it. And thank you so much for your respect, man, and I look forward to hearing from you again, all right?
Yeah, thanks.
Awesome. Have a good day, Jaron.
All right, you too.
All right, I'm going to talk to one last person. I got to get out of here. And driving and being on TikTok is not permitted. It's not permitted.
How's it going?
I'm doing good, Michael. How you doing?
Oh, not too shabby. I don't know if you remember me, but we have had like one conversation before, and you popped up over my feed, and I saw the topics. I wanted to engage you on some of the topics here, if you got the time. You got the energy for it. I know doing TikTok lives for a good portion of time can be kind of draining.
Yeah, I got the energy for it, and this is like mental training. You know, it really keeps you mentally sharp when you dialogue and do things like this.
Oh, absolutely. Part
Yeah.
of the reason I love dialogues like this. But I gotta say, I wanted to hit 1 and 3, but you got me stuck on number 2. Like, and now, so, here's the thing. I've been listening to your arguments.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, there's a couple flaws in your arguments.
Yeah.
One of the things that you're referring to was you were referring to the fact that the aspect of the Bible, by its very definition in the Old Testament and in the New Testament, both has laws and dictatings about how one should treat their slaves, right?
Yeah.
That being stated, I guess my first point of contention I would have with you is it's coming across, and I'm not trying to accuse, I'm merely trying to point, it kind of seems like you're nitpicking theology a little bit. Because on the one hand, you're stating that by the very definition that it exists inside of a culture, how can one go against that culture of slavery and say that that's pointed wrong?
Oh, I see.
When on the one hand, well, hold on, because there's 2 points. I'm going to kind of do a two-pronged point.
Okay.
The first is that by biblical theology is also incorrect, because it was God supposedly who commanded the Israelites to go in and tackle and eliminate people that were wrong, that were cultures. So by the very definition of the Bible, like the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Philistines, and all of these other groups that were directly attacked and also enslaved by Israel, those individuals and people, according to your own Bible, were living in different cultures that were counterintuitive, that for the most part, outside of the Israel biblical concept, were normal. So it seems like it's counterintuitive when you're trying to state that that this particular culture, if a vast majority of a culture goes ahead and says it's wrong, well, how do you quantify that with the fact that God ordered these Israelites to do those sorts of things, to counteract those cultures, because according to them it is wrong, number one. Number two, it's also by the very similar theology that you are talking about that perpetuated the aspect that that there should be no slavery, because of the very definition that all were made in the eyes of God and all were made equal in the eyes of God. So if that were the case, then by that very definition, it would mean that slavery should not exist. And in fact, Jesus went against the hierarchical classes and things of that nature by stating, follow the law, not by follow what they do. Listen to what the Pharisees and the Sadducees say as far as the law, but don't do as they do. So there's a couple points here of contention that I'm having some issue with.
Let me respond. So the first one was my argument that if slavery is allowed in a particular culture, then there should be no argument against that culture's perspective on slavery. That argument, I made that argument against a guy named Holy Ptah because he said that in his worldview, morality is determined by the culture. So I wasn't giving an argument that I believe. I was giving his worldview an internal critique and saying that for him to say that I'm wrong would be for him to contradict his worldview and perspective, because he believes that cultures can define slavery for themselves. So all I have to do, I was saying to him, was simply say that the culture in the Bible was slavery and you can't argue against it because it was their culture. And that was how I refuted his worldview, because I gave it an internal critique. But it is not my argument that the culture determines morality. It is my argument that God determines morality. I take a divine command theory view in philosophy. So
Right.
my worldview perspective on morality is what God says, not what a culture says. And conceptually, divine command theory is the only moral principle that could be defined as being objective just on the conceptual level. Because if God exists, then
Right.
there would be a basis for objective moral principles. But if God doesn't exist, all the other perspectives, deontology, virtue ethics, utilitarianism, all of them would ultimately be either relative in that it would be subjective, or there's another word that goes beyond subjectivity, but cultural. It would only and ultimately be subjective to the individual or subjective to the culture. So none of them would be objective, but just subjective. In my worldview, it would be objective conceptually. So that's what I was talking about with regards to cultural. So not because of the culture why slavery would be right. The next thing you mentioned was biblical slavery would be right because the principle of us being made in God's image would preclude slavery itself being right because all of us would be in God's image. And for
not correct. That's not my argument.
Wait. Let me see if I can put it again. Us being made in God's image would mean that slavery is wrong totally because slavery would violate that.
Not quite. All
right, so I only got the first one right then.
Yeah, you got the first one down perfectly, Pat, and I do have a response for that. But I do want to hear your second response.
Give me the second one again because I'm getting it wrong.
Not a problem.
Go ahead.
My second argument is that hold on. I have ADHD brain, and I'm trying to make sure the train stays on the track. So bear with me. Yeah. So you stated that by divine morality, which is what you're kind of going in, and that's kind of your worldview.
Divine command theory,
Divine command theory, thank you. What you're stating is that back in those days, if a group or if the culture agreed that slavery was correct, then no one else do that. But also, you stated that by definition in the Bible, it states that it is slavery, that slavery is okay. But simultaneously, on the other hand, your same theology has been used in a counter-argument to state that slavery isn't okay.
Oh, no. Actually, no. The second prompt, as it says, the slavery affirmed by the Bible. And I use that because the Bible makes a distinction between what is recorded and what is affirmed. That's a big distinction. So, for example, the Bible records polygamy and monogamy in marriage.
Right.
But it only affirms one.
Your analogy.
It only affirms one. It's the same with slavery.
Well, here's where I would disagree with that. And this is also, granted, yes, I'm pagan, but I'm also very familiar with biblical theology. So,
okay,
you and I'm hoping we'll have a really good conversation here. When it comes down to this, though, by the fact that slavery and even in a order of operation or a method or motif of operation in the law that tells you exactly how to treat your slaves would by very definition allow slavery to exist. Because if you're writing a law, right, you're writing a law to state what is and is not acceptable for a particular culture. Well, if we're saying that God gave these laws to the people, then that would mean by the very existence of you treat your slaves X, Y, and Z, then in turn, that allows slavery to go ahead and exist when God could have just as simply said, you shall not own slaves because you were slaves in Egypt.
He could have said that, and I also outlined in my discussion earlier that in 1 Chronicles chapter 21 is one of the examples. Is one of the examples where God commands sin, God commands evil, and the laws that you made reference to. The reason why we can distinguish between what is affirmed and what is recorded. Those laws you made reference to, as we all probably know, you study theology as well. The first 5 books of the Bible, the Torah, are not only laws, they're also historical records or historical narratives about things that took place. As
I mean, that can be debated, but I think that's going to be a different line of debate too.
Yeah. When you read textbooks like Wayne Grudem's Systematic Theology, John MacArthur and Mayhew, and even Bavinck in their analysis, they all distinguish between what God records in the Bible and what God affirms. And there are commands about slavery that are commands that were evil or wrong, where God commands people to do evil. And we know that because we know what the principle of the Imago Dei is and what the Bible affirms when you look at Colossians 4, verse 1 about slavery. All masters must treat their slaves with justice and fairness. That's affirmed by the Bible, and that's right, and that's not wrong, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but that's where I'm saying is that, like, you have, by that very definition, according to the Bible, it states that slavery is okay. But then
which slavery? Which slavery, though? Which one? The one based on exploitation and oppression, or the one based on justice and fairness?
Well, okay, now we're going to go into this kind of similar argument that you did with someone else.
Yeah, because it seems like you're conflating them. That's why I asked.
Not really. And I'm going underneath so when I go underneath the definition of slavery, I am going underneath the aspect of owning a individual as property, meaning they are not a person. They are property. They are no different than your land, your house, your belongings, and other inanimate objects, and they are only supremely there to fulfill your will as far as your master is concerned. Now, I'm also, unfortunately, I am a white tea presenting individual. So, on top of that, I'm also dealing with excuse my French, but the assholes that are on the white tea side that condone this sort of thing and think people are lesser. Because that whole dichotomy of slavery doesn't matter how well or how whether you treated that individual with justice and fairness or not. That is irrelevant.
But biblical slavery disagrees with that, though. Are you aware of Galatians 3, verse 28, which says, "In Christ there is neither slave nor free, male or female, bond or free, Jew or Greek. We're all one in Christ Jesus." And that is the principle that a Christian slave would treat his slaves based on. So it wouldn't be that they are nothing but property. It would mean that they are more than property.
Right. But, okay, so this is where now we're getting into a contradiction. Because if you're stating in that particular text that it says that there is no slave or free to anything along those lines, we are all equal in the eyes of Christ.
Right.
Then by that very definition, that would mean that slavery should be completely eradicated.
No, let me tell you why. Let me tell you why it wouldn't be. Because there is a distinction between our ontology and our roles and function in society and in the world. It's a big difference. And that's what it's talking about.
But then again, now we're getting back into this whole concept of the dialogue of the abilities of God. Because if God were to, if you were to go with that argument, that means that by very definition, God is on purpose conceding to the creation of caste systems that were developed by humankind, which means either A, God not only allowed but also encouraged the creation of these caste systems, or B, God didn't have control of it but was like, yeah, you know what, I'm vibe with that.
What's a caste system?
Caste system. So caste system is basically a hierarchical system. It's what usually most historians will refer to. It's usually referred to the system of serfdom, but it also has a lot more differences when dealing in other hierarchical societies.
Oh, okay. I take the position that God did not concede to it. God decreed and created all of it.
So if that's the particular case, then why? Then we have unfortunately our first contradiction. Because on the one hand, if God decreed and created everything, including the mentality for human beings to create caste systems, and in addition the ability for humans to own slaves, then that means by definition God condones slavery. That's the first side.
Yeah, and grape and schmurder and every other evil action in the universe. Yes,
he condones. In fact, willfully allows it.
Well, I don't use the word allow. I use the word decree and cause, which is way more definitional than just allow.
True, but simultaneously, here's the thing. Decreeing is conditional upon condoning. Because a God that is all-powerful, that is in that kind of role and position, and wants people to live in a particular certain way, even on a baseline of Christian theology, that would imply that the aspect of these concepts would be vilified if it went against God's will, or if people were living outside of the will of God.
Yeah. So since you've studied theology, are you aware that are you aware of the two wills in God perspective? Are you aware of that?
I don't know it by name, but I'm sure if you were to explain it to me, I probably would be able to track it.
The will of decree and will of prescription.
Okay.
Have you heard of that?
That one's a little new to me.
Sorry. I mean,
go ahead and explain.
You see, because you mentioned earlier that you have a background in theology, I was having this conversation as if these terms were already understood or already given.
Well, that is new. That the way you're defining it is new to me. But again,
right.
If you were to explain it to me,
well, maybe as I start talking about it, it'll refresh your mind.
Exactly.
Okay, so we make a distinction in Reformed theology. You probably heard of that before. Calvinism, Presbyterianism. Reformed theology make a distinction between God's decreative will, in that he has a will where everything that takes place in time is the direct result of what God wants to take place in his decree. God's prescriptive will, or will of prescription, is his revealed will about his commands. So you have
I have heard of this.
So you have God who would command, don't murder, don't treat slaves with exploitation and oppression, but you have him decreeing that these things take place in time.
Okay, and I do recognize and remember that argument. So
Okay. So the reason why we don't say it's a contradiction, just very quickly, the reason why we don't say it's a contradiction, we say it's a paradox, is because it is not a contradiction where it is true and false in the same way or same sense. It is rather true and false in different ways and different senses. And now you have God has two wills, one will decreeing something opposite than the other will decreeing something else. But if it was one will where God both wants and does not want something to take place, then that would be a contradiction. But it's not a contradiction, it's a paradox.
So let me see if I can summarize your argument and make sure I'm understanding correctly before I respond. Mm-hmm. So what you're stating is basically that God looks at the entirety of the realm and knows how it's going to begin, how it's going to end, and everything in between.
Because he decrees it.
Right. But before it can get to that, he purposely sets up particular laws and particular prescriptive decrees to where it allows the following of humankind to get to that point. Does that about sum it up?
It both commands evil and good, both.
Okay, so here's where then the contradiction, I feel, not so much of a contradiction, but here's where I would find the flaw in that argument. If you are going to state that God has two different wills, okay, that are paradoxical to each other,
right?
That would in of itself be counterintuitive to a divine God.
How?
Because if everything is done to be for the glory and for the will of said God, then there would be no need for a counterintuitive will to go ahead and actually make that happen. If you were wanting to be and I know this is going to be slight apostasy, but I'm not a Christian, so if I were to put myself in the role of God, again, apostasy, I'm aware, I wouldn't have an opposing will. What I would have is I would create such a distinctive, different doctrine for my people to follow, so that way my glory comes through that way. But see, if you bring into this aspect of the concept that there being these two different wills where God commands and decrees murder, grave, unalivement, and owning other people as slaves, that would be counterintuitive, because I would know later on down the road that all of these events would happen, and that thereby there would be people that would be taking away the glory to my name because of the fact of the matter that they would see these two different wills and go, okay, God, make up your fucking mind. Like, are you for slavery or are you against slavery? Like, what the fuck, dude? Like,
Let me jump in. Awesome. Let me jump in. You're a very smart guy. I like that. You have a very analytical mind. I love it. Let me jump in. So I have to tell you why I believe what I just told you. So when we actually look at the biblical text and we look at what is revealed in the biblical text, now someone can walk away from the text and say, hey, that doesn't make any sense to me. I don't believe it. And because it doesn't make any sense to me, it's false or whatever. Somebody can say that because I'm about to tell you something now. You're probably aware of it, but you probably read it in the past and didn't understand it or did not think it made any sense. In Acts chapter 4, verse 27 through 28, it says that what took place at the unalivement of Christ was done by the hand and plan of God. So the actions, Acts chapter 4, verse 27 through 28. I have to, read it so that you can.
Oh, absolutely. Can
Yeah.
you give me a second so I can actually pull it up? Also, what translation are you using, if I may ask?
I'm going to be using the NASB, New American Standard.
New American Standard. Got it. That way I want to be able to read along with you.
And as I'm looking for it, there's another one that I can quote from memory. In Genesis chapter 50, verse 20, Joseph said to his brothers, you meant evil against me, but God meant it for good. And what they did was sell him into slavery, which was wicked actions. What they did it for evil, but God meant the evil for good. So we have God decreeing and ordaining their actions to do what they did to Joseph. And as well, we have in the verse I quoted to you earlier.
It was Acts 24, what now?
No, Acts 4. Acts 4.
Acts 4, got it. So Acts 4 verses, let's just pull up the whole damn chapter, why don't we? Here we go.
27 through 28.
27 through 28.
And if you read the context, it's about it's a hymn that the Christians sing to God about the unalivement of Christ. I'm not sure if I can use the C word on here, so I'm not saying that word.
Oh, Christ? Yeah, you can say Christ.
No, not that. The fiction thing, the ex-fiction thing. The crucifixion. I don't know if I can say that word.
Yeah, you can say crucifixion. That's fine.
Yeah. So the crucifixion.
It's not gonna mess.
The crucifixion was, and I don't know why my Bible is moving slow. Wow, this is terrible.
It happens. Network issues.
Yeah.
So 27:28 New American Standard. I got that pulled up. For truly in this city there were gathered together against your holy servant Jesus, who you anointed, both Herod and Pontius Pilate, along with the Gentiles and the peoples of Israel, to do whatever your hand and purpose predestined to occur.
Yeah. So whatever his hand and purpose predestined to occur. You look at the Greek word for predestined, it can also be translated predetermined. So we have God in Scripture and in reality determining and decreeing wicked and evil things to take place. But you also have in Scripture God commanding that people do good things, like keep his commands, love your neighbor as yourself, and so on and so forth. So it makes sense to me, and I always say to people when I share this with them, even other Christians who don't think this makes any sense, I always say to them, it makes sense to me when I look at the fact that the Bible makes a distinction between God's revealed will in his commands and his secret will, his decree, in that I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, but God knows what's going to happen tomorrow because he has decreed it. He's causing everything to happen ultimately. And the purpose behind everything, Michael, and you can, reject this or disagree with it. The purpose for everything is for God's ultimate self-glorification, which also includes him decreeing that people do things that are not glorifying to him to ultimately glorify himself in those instances in the universe where he's not glorified. Like when somebody does something evil.
Yeah.
God is going to glorify himself ultimately.
And let me jump in here because, you are absolutely correct that I will go ahead and counter that because here's my issue with that, and I'm gonna be straight up honest. Okay. And what I'm going to say is how I'm going to say it is kind of silly, and it's not meant to be mocking, but this is just kind of how it's breaking down.
Yeah, you're a very gracious dude. I like that. Keep it up. Go ahead.
Appreciate it. So with this whole thing, and this has been one of my biggest contentious points with Christianity, is you're stating, okay, God created everything. God created everything perfect. Then allows these wrongdoings to occur, to where it introduces the aspect of original sin, and basically leads the entire world on an absolute, excuse my French, but shit show for however X many years, all leading up to the one point where he comes into as a human being to unalive himself for everyone else's sins, resurrect on the third day, and then basically lead a whole new world into Christianity. But at the same point in time, all of it is done, even the bad is done for his self-glory, and it's a cyclical nature. It's not even that it doesn't make sense. The whole aspect of this is pointless.
Just to respond to a few things. He didn't create the world perfect. He created a world good, which means that he created the world with the possibility of evil to come into existence. And that's why evil was able to come into existence. As it relates to him sacrificing himself to himself, we believe in the Trinity, God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. So God sends his Son to be unalive on the cross, sacrificing himself to God the Father, and hence bringing about salvation for all those who would believe. It makes sense to me because I look at the world and I look at Scripture and I see the world as a plan that God formulated for the foundation of the world and expressed it in creation, and creation is just an expression of his will to ultimately glorify him in the end. It makes sense to me, but I can understand if it doesn't make any sense to somebody else.
Yeah, but if you really break that down, that kind of paints God in a narcissistic light.
Yeah, and bro, I'm not disagreeing with that. God is selfish. God is a very selfish entity. He does everything for self-glorification. The reason why I don't call it narcissistic is because my experience of narcissism is limited to human beings, and I can't map on narcissistic characteristics of human beings onto a transcendental entity who is God. I would say that God, who is the ultimate good and the ultimate sustainer.
I would disagree with that, my friend, because
and you have the freedom to do so, and I can say that.
If we're going, and here's the thing we also have to keep in mind.
Yeah.
If we are made in the image of God, if we are made in the likeness of God, with the same implications, the same leaning towards good and evil, and the same dualistic nature that is inherently within ourselves, that was given to us by the supposed grand creator, then by all definition, we can absolutely attribute aspects of narcissism. Because of the fact of the matter that if per happenstance there was never such a thing as if God was not a narcissist, and you stated that everything that was created was the reflection of God.
God's will. But I want to throw something else in there.
Hold on. I was about to add on to that and say, and God, it's a reflection of God and God's will.
Yeah.
Then by the very definition of that fact, you can absolutely put the aspect of narcissism on there because he was the one that created it. So let me tell you why I disagree. Authority of that.
The reason why I disagree is because the Imago Dei doctrine of Scripture does not stipulate that we are God the same way God is expressed in his image, but rather the Imago Dei principle is that we are representations of God, in that we are supposed to live on this earth representing him, and representing him would be to do the things that he would want us to do in his prescriptive will.
And that's what I mean.
And as it relates to the narcissism, I want to also give another concession. I can understand to an extent why someone would call God a narcissist, and I can say, okay, I can empathize with you as to why you say that. But I also add on to that why I don't think God is a narcissist, in that a narcissist is somebody who does everything for himself, but he's not worthy of doing that for himself. That's what I would say a narcissist is.
That's not the definition of narcissism. Narcissism has nothing to do on whether the actual person is worthy or not. That aspect in and of itself is purely subjective. But in the eye and in the mind of the narcissist, they are absolutely worthy. They are absolutely worthy of going ahead perpetuating these aspects and perpetuating these concepts. And everything that is done for their own self-interest and for their own glory. So in that same argument, using your own argument against you, that would also go to the actual amalgamation of the fact that God is absolutely a narcissist. And if we are here as representations of God, while not necessarily being God per se, then we represent those very same fundamentals.
Let me
It's
tell you
like-
why I said what I said, though. Let me respond to that. The reason why I said what I said, and I was going to also say something else about narcissism, in that the individual who is narcissist has a need because they have a need for self-admiration or glory. Because they have that need, they are narcissistic. But those elements are not inherent in God, and that's why I would say it's not narcissist. Because it's not a
Who said God didn't? But that's the thing.
it's not a one-to-one.
To.
It's not a one-to-one comparison to God and narcissism.
It can. It absolutely is, because I'm a counter view on that.
Let me read the definition. Selfishness involving a sense of entitlement, lack of empathy, and a need for admiration as characterizing a personality type. So because God does not need anything, that's why I say he's not a narcissist.
But that's the thing. If God did not need to create humankind and did not need to create something for his own glory, then we would not exist.
But that is the disagreement again, because in Christian theology, which you say you've read, there's a distinction. Well, I'm sorry, we can read something and forget some stuff sometimes. Let me not.
Oh, absolutely.
Let me not throw that out. Let me not throw that no shade on you with that.
No, I appreciate it.
In Christian theology, we make a distinction between God's ascribed glory and God's intrinsic glory. So intrinsic glory and ascribed glory.
Right.
The intrinsic glory, and if you look this up, you'll be reminded in any systematic textbook.
Oh, I'm familiar with what you're talking about.
Perfect. So in my worldview, and I gotta say, if I was way younger than I am now in my knowledge, what you just said would make me have to go back in my library somewhere to try and find an answer for this. Because I wouldn't, that's a very, very good objection. But fortunately, I've heard it before and I've looked up the answer. So because in biblical theology, there's a distinction between God's ascribed glory and God's intrinsic glory. The ascribed glory is what God gets from the creation of the world, but his intrinsic glory is not increased or affected in any way. And in that sense, he does not need any of these things to happen. He just wants them to happen, and they happen because he wants them, not needs them.
And I will give you that slight concession. However, I will give you that concession on a contingency.
Okay, what's the contingency? Go ahead.
The contingency would be that if you are stating that God ultimately does not need the glory from that sort of thing, that would be reflected upon humankind. Humankind doesn't need the glory, but yet at the same point in time, we still have narcissists. We still have a godlike entity who actually says, number one, that all of this is for my own glory, for my own selfishness, for my own jealousy, for my own thing. So he basically created which is analogous to a prescribed rat race, to where he basically set up an entire experiment, but at the end of the day still puts himself as superior. It's nothing more than in that worldview. That worldview would mean that basically it does not matter what you do. It literally just means that everything at the end of the day, no matter what actions, whether good or ill, all of it will be done in God's glory, which would then further add insult to injury with the creation of the concept of hell. So you're stating that everybody that is here on this planet is here for God's glory. So wouldn't there also be the reward for God's glory because of what he has already ascribed? Does that make sense?
Yeah, for the human beings. But let me throw something else in there, because you brought up hell. I think you were going to say it, but you didn't say it. Hell and heaven, everybody who goes to either one of those places were decreed and ordained by God before they were born to go there for his glorification.
Which means none of it matters. Which means that Ecclesiastes was actually further on the truth. Ecclesiastes literally says everything is meaningless.
Well, the reason why I would disagree with what Solomon said in Ecclesiastes would be, one, the scholarship behind that book all agree that Solomon wrote that when he was living in sin and was living in his idolatry with the other women that he had. And at the end of the book, he then repents and says that the purpose of existence is to glorify God or to keep his commandments. But just
you
to
don't say that, but
just
also,
to respond to what you said though,
yeah,
the
but also at the same point in time, that again, he says that it's all to give glory to God, but it's also meaningless.
Everything being meaningless and everything not mattering would only be applicable to human beings apart from God. Because I am of the opinion or of the belief in my worldview tradition is that everything that exists has no meaning apart from God. So God is the one who gives us meaning, and the meaning that we have is to glorify God as vessels of his glory, either for wrath or for grace. But I'm just sharing with you my worldview as to why I think you have meaning.
So in that case, then now that we've firmly established that aspect, now we look at the world today. Okay? We look at the topics like you brought up before about the individuals in Congo that are actually still enslaved. We talk about the different things about how we're trying to go ahead and actually eliminate slavery, because that is actually a horrible fucking thing. I do not give a shit what anyone says. It's fucking horrible. On top of that, you're also looking at everything, and we are allowed and we have the emotions to respond when something is right or wrong. If somebody were to if somebody were to unalive someone else right in front of you, you would feel absolute object horror.
Yeah.
Like, that's a psychological condition. So, at that point, if it were legitimately meaningless, and everything in and of itself, apart from God, has absolutely no meaning, then how do you explain the fact that humans on a psychological level have the ability, being created by God, to have the aspects of going, holy fucking shit, what the fuck, when something like that happens? Like, I'm being serious. Like, I say that more justly because I like to keep the tone light, but, like, seriously. If everything was legitimately meaningless, and it is a reflection of God, then everything that we respond to on an emotional stimuli level would not exist. But the fact of the matter remains, whether you agree with it or not, on a factual basis, it does exist.
Yeah, it does.
So that means that if your argument is true, then again, God is contradicting himself. Because now it's coming off like, and I'm not saying you, I'm not attacking you as a person, I'm attacking theology.
Yeah, go ahead.
The theology would basically state that everything that a person feels is completely irrelevant, and it's kind of soothing yourself to say, oh, don't worry, God's has a plan, it's all according to God's plan. I'm sorry, I just saw my brother go ahead and get knocked out and unalived right in front of me.
Yeah.
Like, that is not something that's okay, and even God curses that at the very beginning.
Yeah, all our responses, let me respond, all our responses to those things would be real responses in the sense of being derivative expressions of God's will and God's creation. And if I look at my relative being knocked the F out and be like, holy mother of God, those are all expressions of God's will and so on and so forth. But I would also know that all of this is being done by his decree ultimately to bring glory to himself. But I want to push the antithesis a little bit because I don't know if your position is that everything is determined by natural effects and natural laws. I'm arguing, I'm defending my position as best as I can, but I'm defending my position against a position that I don't know. So I don't know what your position is. So you're an atheist, but do you go further than that and say that you're a naturalist?
Clarification, I'm not an atheist. I am a theist. I'm not atheist.
You're a theist?
I do believe. Yes, I believe in gods. Yes, multiple. I'm a polytheist, more specifically.
Oh, you're a polytheist. Oh, okay,
yes.
Okay. So you're just arguing with my idea of God.
I'm arguing. So.
Not against the existence of God, just the idea of God.
I'm not arguing against the existence of God. You're absolutely right. What I am arguing against is I don't necessarily ascribe to the idea that this whole aspect of God, the G God, is building what is basically the amalgamation of a rat race and allowing evil to occur to go ahead and actually be all done for his glory. I honestly, personally believe that line of theology is a cop-out.
So do you believe in free will as a theist?
I do not believe in the concept of free will at the on the technical definition, because there obviously, to a certain extent, I can be a bit of a naturalist in the aspect of every action has an equal opposite reaction. I do fully ascribe to that. What I more ascribe to, and this is where I think there's a clear difference between where I'm at in paganism versus what Christianity teaches.
Wait, just a point of clarification. Just a point of clarification. I just want to make sure I understand you correctly first.
Yeah, absolutely.
When you say you don't believe in free will in the traditional sense, do you mean that you believe in some form of determinism by the gods or the God that you believe in?
Not really. No, I don't. I believe that when I say that there's no such thing as free will, by the technical definition of free will, it states that free will is any sort of action that is done without consequences. We all know that's not true. There are always going to be consequences for every action, whether positive or negative. Okay?
Well, actually, that's a different definition. I've never heard that one before. I thought that free will was the ability to do otherwise than you did in the past.
No, that is free choice. That is not free will. So the technical definition of free will is to be able to make any sort of choice without the ramifications of any consequences.
What about the ability to do things without being caused by something else?
That is free choice.
Okay, so you don't think that we have free choice?
I do believe we have free choice. I don't think we have free will.
So in your worldview, how is it possible for you to have free choice that is free from the natural effects that affect all of us and God's decree in my worldview? How are you able to choose to do something being free from those effects surrounding you? How is that possible?
That's okay. I think we're getting a little mixed up here. So, when you talk about free will, the definition of free will means that, like, I could go ahead, let's say, per happenstance. Let's use this as an example. I can go, by free will's definition, that means that I can go out and murder somebody. Okay? And
do something without consequences. Yeah, I agree that doesn't exist. I agree.
Free of choice, or free choice just means I can go out and decide that I'm going to murder somebody
without any causal relationship.
No, that's where free choice comes in, because free choice is understanding that there will be consequences for your actions. Free will. So I think you're stuck on where you're using the term free will to be free choice. Does that make sense?
No, I'm just very, very confused about the definition. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to look this up again.
Yeah, absolutely. Free will.
What is free will? Because what I've read is not what you're telling me. So I'm just going to look this up so we can both come to an agreement.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll pull it up on my end as well.
Free will refers to the capacity of human beings to make choices and act independently without being predetermined by external factors or internal compulsion. That's what I understand free will to be.
Yep, and the definition, according to Oxford Languages, is the power of acting without the constraint of necessity or fate, the ability to act at one's own discretion.
Right.
So acting without the constraint of necessity or fate.
Yeah, and that's the free will. That's what I know as free will.
That's agreed. So we agree on that. Now, free choice, however, means that you are free to make the choice, but there will be consequences for that choice.
No, I agree with that, but the definition you gave for free will is not what I'm seeing. You said that free will is the belief that you can do things without consequence.
Which is without the constraints of necessity or fate, meaning that you can do things without consequence.
So you think that constraint and fate are consequences? Oh, sorry. You think that constraint and fate refer to the consequences of the action or the things that determine the action?
The things that both determine the action as well as the result of said actions.
Okay. So we have a working definition now of free will.
Agreed.
I don't believe that free will exists, because I don't think we can do anything. I don't think that none of us can do anything without being constrained by prior effects or causes to do what we do.
But
Okay?
here's where the flaw comes in.
But
now that we have the working definition.
Wait, before we continue, but in your worldview, you would say that the gods that you believe in have something to do with our constraint before we make an action, right?
Nope.
How is that possible when they're the creator? All right, sorry.
I'll actually explain. No, you're good.
Wait, so, one last question. Are any of those gods the creator of the universe?
3 of them are.
Okay, so 3 of them are the creator of the universe. Does their creation or their action of creating the universe, isn't that the direct result of all other actions that take place in the universe?
No.
How? Go ahead.
Okay. So the way that at least my worldview actually has, as far as for information, I'm a Norse pagan specifically. So without going into too much of the details of all the different names, and that's just going to be confusing. Mm-hmm. I'll summarize it up like this. It's kind of the mentality of, I think in Christian theology, it's called the clockwork design theory. Where God basically just created the world and then is hands off, let it alone.
Yeah, is that what you believe?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're a kind of deist.
I'm a kind of deist, yeah.
Okay.
But here's the thing. The aspect of it so this is where I run into a problem. And my problem comes into the form of accountability. Okay. When you state that everything is done for the will of God, okay, that puts the accountability of the action, no whether how little or how greatly egregious, it puts the accountability on God and eliminates the other individual as saying, I didn't do it. In our belief system, or my belief system, that does not exist. In fact, the exact opposite exists. When we do things, there are specific consequences that we incur because of our actions. And we ultimately, at the end of the day, are accountable for our actions. It's not that some other entity like Satan made us do it, or that we were tempted to do it. We understand that the fact at the core, it's not about the fact that someone tempted us. Because if we didn't have the temptation at our core, then the temptation would be irrelevant.
All right, so very quickly, yeah. Just a point of clarification, because, I like to let you speak for long periods of time so I can, gather my thoughts as to what I'm going to ask you.
Absolutely.
So in your worldview, do you also say, along with the 3 gods creating the universe, that they know all things?
Nope.
Okay, so just to be clear, they don't know all things, but they are the creator of the universe.
Correct.
Okay, that is a consistent worldview, man. It's perfectly fine. Good to know about it. If you had said that they also know the future, then you would also have the same problem that you think is a problem with my worldview, in that if your 3 gods who created the world knew that John Doe would do X, Y, Z, their very act of creating John Doe would be the direct result of John Doe doing X, Y, Z. But if they don't know that,
let me bring a point of transparency here, because I do want to make something. I do want to make something clear. In the traditional belief systems, as far as that is concerned, there is one particular entity that is dictated as being "quote unquote" all-knowing. However, the all-knowing context is different. The all-knowing context that is used in reference to the main deity that this is referring to was a later addition, close to around the time frame of Christianity.
Okay.
So when Christianity came in, that's when they implemented this. Initially, the particular God that I'm referring to, actually on numerous instances would be said that he would go throughout all of the realms that he had created to learn. And there was always something for him to learn. There was never a point where there was this presupposed all-knowing aspect where he goes, oh, well, I know every little incremental detail that's going on. No.
So he knows because he learns.
He learns what's happening. He learns secrets and things along those lines.
That worldview is very similar to a so-called Christian group called Open Theism.
I mean, that's kind of more in line with the traditional pagan belief systems.
Yeah.
As far as that's concerned.
But man, thank you so much, bro, for sharing that with me. Does your worldview have any propositional content of revelation where you can know what you know and believe what you believe?
What do you mean?
I mean, if somebody wanted to follow the traditional perspective that you have, what's the name of the book or the Bible or the propositional content of revelation that these three gods gave to humanity?
We don't have one, believe it or not.
Wait a minute. So how do you know anything about the three gods that you're talking about?
So it's because of the fact. Okay, so I will explain. So we do not have a Bible in the sense that, like the Christians have, where you have a doctrinal Bible and it's stated to be everything to be true. We have a collection of stories that were done verbally, that were passed down, that were written by a Christian in Iceland as a collection. Okay, but we don't have like this underarching or overarching canon Bible that we follow. The morality that we generally go with is we understand that there is a point in time for everything, but not everything has its time and place, but it's about the frequency of what you choose.
So the propositional content that was written down from oral tradition by this guy in Iceland, when was it written down?
I want to say it was the 11. It was any ranging between 9 to 1100 CE.
Okay, so Common Era.
Yeah.
And how do I get access to these writings?
Snorri Sturluson's Prose and Poetic Eddas.
Okay, and those writings, right, are what you believe as your propositional content for these three gods.
They are the content of their existence, but they also speak of the aspect of the gods being inherently fallible.
Inherently fallible. Okay. So those three gods are very similar to
Well, there's
people.
more than just to be fair, there's more than just the three gods.
Sorry. These three supreme gods would be very similar to the human beings they created.
Absolutely.
All right, man. Yo, we had a good convo, man. I'm glad that you're a very critical thinker. You pointed out the potential flaws in my worldview, and I'm glad I was able to respond to them to some extent, even if they were not sufficient in refuting or rebuttaling what you said. And I'm glad I learned a new perspective in that there's a religion or a perspective out there that has three creator gods, who one of them knows a lot of things because he learns a lot of things, and they don't ultimately know all things, so they have not created the world knowing what will happen because they decreed or caused what happens. And in that way, you can say, human beings are ultimately responsible for their actions because they're the ones who ultimately do their actions. Good perspective, and I'm glad that I could have some comprehension of it. I thought that you were coming at me from an atheistic worldview, and I was gonna hold your foot to the fire as an atheist, but you said you're something that I know nothing about, so I can't even push back. I just have to say I'm going to look into it and do some reading on it. And tell you what, give me that book again so I can write it down and look for it and stuff. Go ahead.
So there are 3 books you want to look at.
Is the same author?
Yes.
Okay, so give me the author's name.
Snorri Sturluson. That's Snorri. Someone actually wrote it. Sturluson is Sturleson, or something to that effect. If you type it in,
Sturl what?
Leson.
Sturluson.
Yes.
So Snorri Sturluson. Give me the name of the 3 books. Book 1. Go ahead.
So you have the Poetic Edda.
The Poetic Edda. Is that E-T-T-A?
No, E-D-D-A.
A-D-D-A.
No, E-D-D-A. Sorry.
E-D-D-A. Awesome.
Yes.
Got it. The Poetic Edda. And number 2?
The Prose Edda.
The Prose Edda.
Yep.
3rd?
And this one's going to be a little tricky. It's called the Havamal.
Oh, you're going to have to spell that out.
I was going to. No worries. It is H-A-V.
Yeah?
A-M-A-L.
Havamal.
Yes.
The Havamal. All right. I'm gonna look into that, man, because the next time I encounter someone like you, I would at least want to have, you know, um, the I want to have the quality of being able to speak authoritatively from something I actually know about.
Absolutely. No, I completely understand.
Yeah. I never want to. I never try to speak about something I know nothing about, because that's making statements and propositions
I want
from.
you to also keep in mind one little bit of context if you want to write this down in your notes.
Yeah.
So the individual that wrote it, Snorri Sturluson, he was a Christian monk. So you are going to find a lot of Christian undertones and themes when he was writing it. But remember that is not inherently correct,
Yeah.
or is that inherently specific to the original storylines.
All right. Are these massive books or medium? Like give me an average. How many pages is the average?
Medium in size, but I will tell you that the translations tend to be a bit confusing because you are translating it's translated from Old Norse, so into Icelandic, which is then into English and things to that nature. So yeah.
All right.
It will be a bit to read, and if you're not familiar with your Old English and familiar with very, very weird poetic shit, it's going to not make sense. You'll have to break it down.
I mean,
or alternatively,
maybe there's something out there that's called like a poetic Edda commentary.
Yeah, there's a lot of those.
A prose
So
Edda, the Havila commentary. I get those as well, because I like learning new things and being able to articulate them if I'm going to try and refute them or anything like that. You have to at least have the thing correct if you're going to try to refute it, right? I mean,
no, absolutely.
Yeah, definitely.
Absolutely.
But thank you for your time, man.
Yeah, thank you for having me on. I appreciate you.
Sure, man. You were a good sport.
Appreciate it.
Have a good one. Yeah, that was a good one. Yo, guys, I mean, I thought he was an atheist at first. And that's what I like to do, because I realize that a lot of Christians don't like to answer the questions of atheists. I'm not one of them. I like to answer their questions. I like to hear what they have to say. I let them speak extensively and write down what they say as best as I can so I can keep up. And, I answer their questions, because a lot of Christians don't answer their questions because, one, they don't have the answers, and two, sometimes they think the atheists don't deserve their answers. So I give the answers, and then I push the antithesis. Does your worldview have a framework by which you can make these statements and make these claims that you're making positively and negatively about the Christian faith or the Christian worldview? And if he was an atheist, I was going to hold his feet to the fire and say that if you don't believe in God, then you also are a determinist. You're just a determinist without a personal agent or entity behind it, controlling everything to make sure that he brings about his ultimate glorification and the ultimate good of his creatures. But I'm glad that he and I could have a good conversation. Oh, damn, I forgot to ask him what his religious perspective was. Damn, I was gonna write that down too. All right, I'm gonna have to see if I can. I'm gonna see if I can. When I look this guy up, Snorri Sturluson, if I can find what the actual name of the religion is. 3 hours, damn. Let me hear what this guy has to say.
What up?
Doing good, Al. What would you like to say?
What's your perspective of the Christian God in the Old Testament in regards to the story of Noah, flooding the earth?
What's my perspective?
example
What's my
would be-
perspective on his actions? If he was just in his actions,
Yes.
my position on that.
What's your rationalization?
My rationalization is based upon the principle that the creator can do whatever he wants with his creation, and he did that, and it's not wrong for him to do because he's the one who did it.
Do you believe like in some sort of do you have what's your moral values like?
Moral values are rooted and grounded in the propositional revelation of God with reference to his prescriptive will, identified in his moral law, the Ten Commandments, and the commandments of the New Testament.
So you'd say that what the Israelites would do in Jericho would be justified because God said so.
I would say that what the Israelites did predominantly was good and evil, because you can point to evil things and point to good things that they did. But when God commands the Israelites to do anything, it is not wrong for God to command evil actions. It is wrong for human beings to do evil actions.
So you still have a presupposition of what is good and what is evil.
Yeah, and that's the biblical text. But I want to ask you because I don't know what your position is, so I don't know if I can hold you accountable to your worldview either. Are you an atheist?
No.
You're a Christian. Those are questions. Are you Christian? Are you a Christian? That's a question.
I'm an amoralist.
Oh, so you don't think that morality has any meaning?
No.
Okay. So you're not complaining against anything the Bible records about moral values and ethics?
Yeah, I'm just curious where you stand.
Okay.
I just want to make sure it's consistent.
All right, so my moral framework is based upon divine command theory. You can learn what that is extensively by studying axiology and philosophy. But just to give you a short definition, moral theory is the proposition or the position that all moral standards, moral values, and moral ethics are rooted and grounded in God's law and God's revealed will. So I think things are moral or immoral based upon the yardstick that God gave in his word.
And if God, I know this is going to be a question of bad faith, but if God told you to murder a baby, would you do it?
No, I wouldn't.
Why?
Because in his word, he has revealed that I should not murder.
But he's revealed to you, in this case, to murder.
I would know that I would know if I heard a voice in my head that says, go murder your baby. I would know that that's not God, because in his word, he says, don't murder.
And the commandments that he has made otherwise in the Old Testament?
The commands where he sent the Israelites to go and murder infants would be commands given to the Israelites to go and do evil actions, because God revealed in his prescriptive law, prescriptive will, that thou shalt not murder. The Israelites went and they murdered babies, commanded by God to do so for God's ultimate glorification. They did an evil action. God commands people to do evil things in the Bible. But you can know when you can know when an evil action is being commanded by looking at the revealed will of Scripture.
But you can't say that it's evil, though, because in definition, your God is good to you.
I would say it is evil for human beings, not evil for God. I think I made that distinction earlier, but I can repeat it. It's
but
okay.
If God is working through the human beings, then according to you, it wouldn't be an evil action.
Yeah, but that would be the case if God was working through human beings, which he isn't. So it's not.
So when God told the Israelites to tear down the walls of Jericho, that wasn't a good action that they taken part in. That was evil.
If they unalived any babies, yes, but it would not be God doing it. It would be them doing it through the decree of God.
Yes, and would you think that? Would you not say that, like, that's kind of part of war? unaliving kids?
Yeah, I would say it's a part of war. And as I said, like First Chronicles 21, God commanded David to number the Israelites, and God held David accountable for committing the sin of numbering the Israelites. God commands evil in the Bible, and God decrees evil in the Bible and in the world for his morally sufficient reasons and for his self glorification. But we also know the distinction between evil and good based upon God's revealed prescriptive will. If God told me to go and murder my child, I wouldn't do it because I would know that that is not God. However, I also know that God acted differently throughout history, in that there were times when he spoke to people directly, and today he doesn't do that anymore. He speaks to people through his word, and his word would not allow me to do that to my daughter. It would preclude me from doing that.
Okay. Let me just say, if I took a Christian perspective, the problem I'd have with what you're saying is the Ten Commandments, the Mosaic Law, and the fulfilled law in the New Testament would be I command you to treat your neighbor like yourself and da 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 until otherwise. You are aware.
Oh, no, it wouldn't be until otherwise. It would be treat your neighbor as yourself, and anytime you fall short of
Until I
doing that.
tell you otherwise. You are aware. That's what that is.
No, let me tell you why it is not that. Let me tell you why. Treat your neighbor as yourself, and anytime you fall short of doing that, you are committing sin. Not treat your neighbor as yourself until otherwise. Anytime you do otherwise, you're committing sin. As I said before.
Hold on. That means God, in accordance to what you're saying, can commit sin.
No, in accordance with what I'm saying, God can command sin.
You said God has acted differently across history for some reason, in accordance to your worldview.
I gave you the reason. You remember what I said?
You said that God cannot command people to do those kind of things anymore, and that, yeah, okay, I heard you.
No. I said something else, though. I said God spoke to people directly in redemptive history, but he does not do that anymore. He spoke to people directly in redemptive history because there was a time when there was no Bible for people to go to identify God's will for their life. So God had to speak to people directly. But he made a distinction in his revelation between his law and between what he commands people to do and decrees people to do. So I can know when God is I can know when God is commanding evil in the Old Testament by using his revealed will in the Ten Commandments and other laws he has given to the Israelites.
So you're saying that God, in accordance to what your Western view of things, cannot command any sort of evil.
No.
I mean, can command evil, but if it's a command of evil, it's not from God, which is weird because you already said previously when he commanded Israelites to
I think you're not comprehending
make
what I'm saying.
Almost exception for the Ten Commandments.
I think you're not comprehending what I'm saying. But it's okay. It's okay. Is anything
I'm confused.
Is anything that the Israelites did, murder, slaughter, and all of the things that are questionable, are any of them right or wrong in your worldview?
Right. Because in accordance to what they said in accordance for them, anyway, it would have been right because God told them.
How can you say something is right?
Look, listen. This is what my point is. If God hadn't told them to do what they did, for them, that would, according to their worldview, would be wrong. But God had told them to make exception.
I asked according to your worldview. I asked according to your worldview.
There are certain commands that God had made that you think contradicts
you missed my question. I'm going to ask you again. According to your amoralistic worldview, is anything wrong or right in the Bible morally?
No.
Okay.
There's nothing wrong or right.
I don't think that our conversation has any meaning or has a point about this. It doesn't have a point.
There is meaning in this conversation.
You arguing against God's actions in the Bible whether or not he does evil or does good or commands
You see,
evil
that's
or
why
commands
I'm
good.
not arguing
Is that
whether
yeah.
it's good or
Yeah,
bad. I'm
but
telling you, I'm saying if you're to keep your worldview consistent, God wouldn't be placed in a binary of good and evil. It would be good is in the middle, too much is bad, too little is bad, excess of too much to the left or too much to the right would be bad.
yeah, but
That's
you
how I
have
would
no
have thought.
epistemological standard by which you can say that those things
No,
would
that's
be the
what I
case.
would have thought that would
Yeah,
be.
but you're incorrect
clearly,
though.
according to you,
You're incorrect. Though.
according to you, well, according to you, it's binary. It's a very binary thing, and
Yeah, and again, you are a moral. You are an amoralist, which means that you're not arguing against my position moralistically. You're just trying to point out things that you think are inconsistent, and that's appreciated. That's appreciated. Thank you for your time, Al. I'm glad that we could have a respectful dialogue.
yeah, okay, yeah,
Have a good one.
thanks. Yeah.
Because I can't argue against him because there's nothing there to argue against. There is no moral principle. There is no moral framework. Nothing has any moral value. In his worldview, everything is amoral. So there's nothing to argue against. Nothing at all. Okay, somebody just requested, but they withdrew their request. All right, let me scroll here. Somebody said, "Bring me up, Chief." Put me up, Chief. Let me. Oh, I can't even send him a request. He doesn't have enough up. There's no option to bring this guy up.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing? You good?
Oh yeah, I'm good.
Awesome,
I'm good.
awesome.
I'm 53.
Are you an atheist?
I am.
All right. So, what would you like to say?
Maybe I just want to. The third one, I don't accept obviously as an atheist. But the first one, I think I'd like to ask for clarification. Philosophical atheism is irrational. And number two, I don't really have an argument with. I mean, I think you're right about that.
Wait, give me a sec. All right, so philosophical atheism is the proposition God does not exist or there are no gods. It is a claim, it is a position, it is a proposition. I think it is irrational. As you look at the word, what does the word irrational mean? It means not logical or reasonable. When something is not logical, it is illogical or contradicts the rules of logic. There's something called a non sequitur. Every argument I have heard from an atheist about why they say there are no gods or God does not exist is a non sequitur, in that the premises do not support the conclusion of the arguments. So that's why I say it's irrational, because it is not logical or reasonable.
Well, I'm curious about which atheists, because TikTok atheists cannot be always reliable. I agree with your ideology of the depth of atheism. It cannot make a claim.
Right. So
it rejects because it doesn't know. I don't know, therefore, how could I accept it?
Yeah, and I have to say, and I have to give you a concession. If you look up what is atheism, that is a part of the definition: a lack of belief,
Yes.
and so on. That's why I said philosophical atheism is irrational, because it is not a lack of belief or a rejection because I don't know. It is a knowledge claim. There are no gods. The proposition God does not exist. And that's not rationally defensible.
Right. But what philosophical discussions are often based on the what ifs, not the factual truths. They're an idea behind trying to understand something. So I mean, I'm just curious because so in your eyes, are you saying atheists shouldn't do anything like that? Even
No, philosophical atheism. I mean, when you look up the word literally, I mean definitionally, philosophical atheism is the proposition there are no gods. There's no way that an atheist, an individual, can know that.
Now, philosophical atheism, the philosophical part of atheism is what you don't. Okay, I get it.
Yeah, because when you study study philosophy,
you're not saying atheists can't use philosophy.
No. I wouldn't say that. There are lots of
that particular thing you pointed out was what you disagree with.
One of my favorite atheists is Bertrand Russell, and he's a philosopher. I mean, atheists.
Gotcha.
Atheists can use philosophy. I'm just saying that under the rubric in philosophy, under philosophy of religion, theism is the proposition God, at least one God exists, whereas atheism is the proposition God does not exist. In philosophy, both are propositions. Atheism is the proposition in philosophy that God does not exist. But I would also say that for anyone to say that they just simply have a lack of belief, when I ask the question to the atheist who says that, do you make propositions or knowledge claims with reference to the necessity of God or without reference to the necessity of God? If you say you make propositions and knowledge claims without reference to the necessity of God, that is an implicit or explicit denial of God's existence. So I don't think that even the passive claim that atheism is a lack of belief is any different from philosophical atheism, because both are denials and rejections of God's existence as a proposition. God does not exist, implicitly or explicitly.
Based on your explanation, I 100% agree with you.
Yeah, because let me ask you.
Because like I said, I follow under the other definitions that atheism has, and I agree with you. I love this. Thank you. I agree with you.
Yeah, but let me ask you: do you make propositions with reference to the necessity of God or without reference to the necessity of God? It would be without reference, right?
Both. I consider both because I don't know.
But even if you make the statement, "I don't know," would you say that would be an indirect denial of God's necessity?
No.
Okay, so when you look at events that take place in the universe, do you say, I don't know if it's God or a natural force, or do you say you know it's a natural force?
I say I don't know.
Okay,
I don't know.
Man. That's fair.
That's what I say. That's what
fair.
I say.
That's fair, man. That's fair.
I realize I'm starting to realize the more and more I'm on TikTok, I don't follow all the definitions of what it means to be an atheist, and I think you only have to have one qualification, I guess. So I agree with you on the other definitions.
Yeah. Thank you so much, man, for your consistency. And my advice to you would be just do some reading, do some studying into it, look into it some more, and get out of the position.
My eyes on a few things. You really have. I appreciate it. You haven't changed my mind about being an atheist, but you've actually opened up my eyes. It gives me an idea of how to approach people now, because it's never made sense to me. A lot of things never made sense, and you put it in perspective. I appreciate it.
You're welcome, man. And as I said before, from the position of I don't know, you can solve that by doing some more reading and studying into the matter. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. At 53, I'm not stopping. I just haven't found it yet, brother.
Awesome, man. Keep searching. Keep searching. Take it easy, bro.
Have a good one.
Same to you, bro. Yeah. Bro, if he's going to keep on saying, I don't know, then I can't look at him and say he's not being honest. If he says he doesn't know, then he doesn't know. He doesn't know. So he can look into these things some more, study them, read them more, and come to a conclusion as to whether or not he knows there are no gods, or knows there's no God, or he doesn't know that there are no gods, and so on and so forth. He's not ruling out the possibility that God exists. He's just saying he doesn't know. I can't argue with I don't know. It would be pointless for me to argue with somebody who says they don't know, because they don't know. I mean, come on. it would be so silly for a mechanic to come to me and argue with me about elements and perspectives and objects in a car engine. It'd be pointless for me for him to argue with me on that because I don't know much about car engines. So I'm not gonna, Gent 71, cool dude. I hope he, learns more as he reads more and come to a conclusion. Yeah, we do. You can prove so therefore most likely least probable of any god yet your god. Uh, I don't know what Brandon is talking about. Brandon, unless you're saying there is no God and no one can prove God, I mean, you're still open to the possibility of God being proved. So I mean, I don't know what you're talking about. Wow, 3 hours and 59 minutes on TikTok. I am done. I'm getting off of this thing. This thing is very addictive, guys. It's very addictive. This thing will take over your life. You got to make sure that you be careful when you go on TikTok because time will escape you. I got things to do, and I've been on here for almost 4 hours. My goodness. I'm done. I'm through. I'm through. I'm getting off of here. You guys have a good day. Love you all. Hope to talk to you all some more in the near future. Yeah, gent, it can be addictive. Not gonna lie. I'm done. I'm out of here. I was only supposed to be out of here for an hour, and I've been on here for 4 hours and 20 seconds now. I'm done. You guys have a good one. Somebody's requesting up. Who is this? Hey, Shawnee and Jack King. I'm sorry. Next time, when you see me go live again, give me a follow. Come on up. We'll have a conversation. I go one by one, not groups of people being all together against me. Yeah, I don't do that stuff. I don't do dogpiling. We'll see you guys. I'll see you guys in the next one. God bless you all. Respect and love. Peace all the time. Have a good one. Later, everybody. Damn. Wow, 846 views, 7 diamonds. Man, I'm done. My brain is fried right now. Fried. I'm done. I had some interesting conversations, though, not gonna lie.